Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450. Yankton's home team.
Throws the ball downfield to Reichen. Got it! He's at the 10, the 5, touchdown, no Marty! Oh my goodness gracious! The Lancers are on top!
You are listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, Yankton's home team, and the flagship station for Mount Marty University Athletics. This broadcast is brought to you in part by
Dakota Beverage, Lewis and Clark Ford, Fairfield Inn & Suites and Holiday Inn Express in Yankton, Dakota Mac, Foreman Tours, Sherco, Pizza Ranch, Parker Hannafin, Gerstner Oil, The Meat Lodge, Marlowe Woodward and Huff, Core Trust Bank, Aztec, Runza, Gerstner Oil, The Meat Lodge, Conkling Distributing, The Move Group, Avera.
Now we go live to the action.
It is college football on a Friday night. The Mount Marty Lancers getting set to play host to the number 5 team in the nation, the Dordt Defenders. I'm Steve Thum, he's Tehl Tanner, and we have another night game, the 4th night game in 7 games for the Mount Marty Lancers here in the 2024 campaign. The lights will soon be on here at Crane-Youngworth Field on a Friday night. And we're expecting a great night weather-wise for football. Currently, here in Yankton, 72 degrees, cloudy skies. It'll dip down into the 60s. That's where it'll be for the majority of the game time. Hardly ever any wind to speak of. A few clouds into the sky. Gorgeous sunset out to the west. A great atmosphere for college football on a Friday night heading into the long weekend. Tell the Dordt Defenders the opponent tonight. And again, another night game as we're coming off one last week down in Sioux City.
Yeah, no, it's been crazy with the night games. It's been crazy with everything going on. And even if you count the 4 o'clock Waldorf start, this is the 5th non-1 p.m. start that we've had this season in 7 games, which is just kind of crazy to think about. And for Dordt, it's their first and I believe only. So that's just kind of the difference of the schedule here. Dordt obviously coming into today as the number 5 team in the nation. Very, very good, as you mentioned. They did not play a week 0 game, and they've already had their bye. So it's kind of weird, but the Lancers have actually played 2 more games to this point in the season. Like it's both teams have 4 wins at this point, but the Lancers have another 2 games played against Northwestern and Morningside for their 2 losses as well. It's kind of it's kind of weird with the schedule.
Yeah, weird the way the schedule has worked out. Lancers will have the bye next weekend, so they'll get a chance to rest up. A tough assignment tonight in the Dordt Defenders. They've been a playoff team the last few years, and they have just risen. They're in their 17th year of football. This is the highest they've ever been ranked, number 5 in the nation. Right now, they are the highest-ranked team in the national polls in the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
And they've earned it.
This has never happened before, where Dordt is the highest-ranked national team. We'll get to the national rankings here in a little bit, but Joel Penner, their head coach, has really turned this program around. Dordt was the cellar dwellers for years after they started up. They didn't get their first conference win, I think, of several years into the program, but under Coach Penner, this team has just gotten better and better, and to where they're making the playoffs. And last year they beat Morningside.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it is the year. It's the year for Dordt. This team, because of, and it was kind of unfortunate, some of the injuries that happened last year, but because of that, they were able to get a lot of seniors back, bunch of 5th years. They're able to come into today with a stacked roster. This is going to be a good year for Dordt football.
Yeah, when I was going through the rosters, I was looking at last year's lineup, and there are a lot of, not just returning players, but returning backups who got a lot of playing time. They're back. So this is a deep team, an experienced team for the Dordt Defenders, who are averaging 41 points per game, and their defense is one of the tops in the nation, only giving up 11 points per contest. And they are coming off a big win on the road, or actually at home rather, against Doane, 38-3. The weekend before that, they beat Concordia on the road 33-22, and of course, we all know what Concordia did last week.
Yeah, they went and beat Northwestern, a top 5 team in their own right before this last poll. That was a very good win in Orange City, that was, over Concordia. So Dordt beat the team that beat Northwestern. Dordt, number 1 in the conference, highest-ranked team in the conference, and now they march into Yankton to take on a Mount Marty Lancer team that has been playing very, very well this season as well. Much improved.
And I think the Lancers have gotten better every week. I thought their game last week in Sioux City against Briarcliff may have, outside of the Waldorf game, been the best game they've played so far. Certainly. On both sides. And I think Briarcliff is a team that, Mount Marty seems to have had their number. Yeah. They lost a close game the inaugural season, and they've beaten them 3 straight years. But what we saw last year is that Briarcliff played better down the stretch.
They did.
So Briarcliff, I think, is a team a little bit better than what their record indicates, and they proved that last year. Slow start, strong finish. We'll see if the Chargers do that again, as they could be playing spoilers down the stretch here in the Great Plains Athletic Conference, because they're going to be facing some of the top teams as this season progresses. So that's what we're looking at. Can those higher-ranked teams maintain their status, or will we have upsets? Last weekend in major college football, there were a ton of upsets.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Alabama going down, obviously.
Tennessee. Missouri.
It was just wild. This once again, I've said it so many times, that there's a reason why the playoff needed expanded, and you can't tell me that a number 1 team can't lose in the playoffs. Of course they can. We just saw number 1 Alabama go down in the regular season, so I'm excited for the playoffs this year.
Yep, and Northwestern, they were number 2. They were the national runners-up champions the year before, surprised by Concordia, as their outstanding defensive player, Carson Fellhofer, he was named the NAIA Defensive Player of the Week for the nation in NAIA football. And that's a very, very tough defense. And speaking of Concordia, just looking ahead, coming off the bye week, the Lancers will travel down to Seward, Nebraska to take on Concordia. They'll have the bye week and a chance to rest up. Last year when these teams played over in Sioux Center, there were a number of injuries on the offensive line for the Lancers. We hope we don't see a repeat of that.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lancers offensive line group is one that has been a little banged up this season as well, but I do have good news in that, and for the most part, they're going to be more healthy going into today. I can tell you the starting right tackle in Lionel Winningham, who has not played the last couple of games, is a game-time decision today. They are expected to get him back after the bye at least, and they might get him back tonight, so that's going to be big. Outside of that, we saw Neil Pastrana and Big P Patrick Perkins both take a shot in that last game at Briarcliff. They're both starting today. Cooper Sesdek and Xavier Gable are good to go. And then Jonas Kelp, if he needs to slide into that lineup, is good to go as well.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. And yeah, it feels a little weird. Of course, we've done this before. We've done Friday night games before for Mount Marty, so we don't have a lot, obviously no other GPAC scores to tell you about, all the other teams playing tomorrow. There are a couple of major college football games that are happening on a Friday night. We'll keep you up to date on that. And, of course, Game 5, baseball playoffs, Dodgers, Padres. We'll keep you up to date on that. And also with the high school scores, we'll pass them along to you as the evening progresses here. That'll be on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard coming up throughout the night.
And, of course, we can give you the matchups for GPAC football you'll find tomorrow. Our GPAC report, obviously, since this is a Friday, we're not airing the normal Saturday one where we talk about the upcoming football games, so we can do that ourselves. On the GPAC report, a lot of soccer, a lot of volleyball, which is fun.
Yep, and we'll get to that GPAC report coming up. That's all part of the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Plus, we have a Lancer player profile. Who are we talking to this week?
The starting left guard, the senior out of Fort Worth, Texas, Anil Pastrana. Got him in the booth just yesterday. We were able to sit and talk for a while about his future, what he wants to do with his life after college as he's set to graduate in the spring. That guy wants to be a firefighter down the road. Wants to go back to Texas and be a firefighter, which is pretty cool. I think it's kind of funny. As soon as he said that, John Micheletti, the head coach of the program, was in the booth, and he just goes, really? The offensive lineman wants to protect people for a living. I like that. That's pretty good. But, yeah, so he's got a pretty cool future ahead of him. The full version of that interview, as always, is posted on KYNT's Facebook page. You can find it there. It's about 7-8 minutes long. But we're going to air a snippet of it here in a couple minutes on our pregame show on the current 94.3.
We'll also hear from Joel Penner, the head coach for the Dordt Defenders. His team has just been rising and rising over the years, and they are off to a very good start, 4-0. We'll hear from him. That is part of the Rival Report, and we'll also hear from Coach John Micheletti all in this hour. We're about 50 minutes away from the kickoff of a Friday night college football game between Dordt and Mount Marty. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll come back, and we'll have the Friday GPAC Report. We'll also preview the games in the GPAC tomorrow. That's coming up. First, a 2-minute timeout. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football. Tonight, we're on current 94.3. Back in just a moment.
I love 1919 root beer. It's the best over a big scoop of vanilla ice cream. My favorite is just ice cold 1919 poured over crunchy ice. It's so refreshing. It's the creamiest root beer ever.
1919 root beer is the perfect treat, brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients. It's the creamiest, full-bodied, alcohol and caffeine-free draft root beer available. It's a taste tradition since, well, 1919.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
In they come and out they go. That's what's happening at Lewis & Clark Ford with our new 2024 Ford F-150s. I'm Brandon Tykrow. When we get in a newly designed 2024 F-150, they're not sticking around long. Buyers are loving the new engine options, the standard 12-inch display screen, heroic towing capacity, and a packaged version to fit every budget. Stop in and see why the 2024 Ford F-150 is the hottest truck on the market. Lewis & Clark Ford, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
Traveling to Yankton for business or pleasure? Then book your stay at Yankton's two best hotels, the Fairfield Inn and Suites and Holiday Inn Express. Both are conveniently located to everything in Yankton. Both offer complimentary hot breakfast and meeting rooms for business travelers. And if you want a great rate and still be able to change your reservation without a hassle, call either hotel direct. The Fairfield and Holiday Inn Express, two great hotel choices when visiting or arranging rooms for guests to Yankton.
This is the GPAC Report for Friday, October 11. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. On your Friday GPAC Report, GPAC Football gets an Friday Night Lights start this week with a 7 o'clock game in Yankton, South Dakota. Mount Marty will host Dordt in Friday Night Football. On Saturday, Doane travels to Dakota Wesleyan. Briar Cliff will be home against Midland, and Hastings is on the road. They will play at Morningside. GPAC Soccer also gets an early start this weekend within the conference in Yankton. It will be Northwestern traveling to take on Mount Marty. On Saturday in GPAC Soccer in women's only play, College of St. Mary at Dordt. And then these doubleheaders, Dakota Wesleyan at Doane, Midland to host Briar Cliff, Morningside on the road to Concordia, and Waldorf will play at Hastings. GPAC Volleyball, Friday, Saturday weekend. Let's go to the Friday schedule. And we will begin with Morningside playing at Midland. Hastings will host Dakota Wesleyan. Briar Cliff travels to take on Concordia. Doane is home against Waldorf, and Northwestern in Omaha on a Friday to take on College of St. Mary. There's a full Saturday schedule also ahead in GPAC Volleyball, available at gpacsports.com. So another busy weekend around the conference. Again, some Friday games this week, as well as a full slate around the conference on Saturday. If you've not yet done so, give us a follow on X. We are at GPAC Sports. On Instagram, it's GPAC Sports as well. And again, remember, the GPAC plays on the GPAC Network at gpacnetwork.com. This has been your Friday GPAC Report. I'm Corey Westra.
Looking for an easy way to travel? Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Upcoming Christmas tours include Branson on November 17th to 22nd, features Christmas shows like the Grand Jubilee Buffet Dinner and Show, Showboat Branson Bell Dinner Cruise, and so much more. On December 6th to 8th, it's a musical Christmas in the Twin Cities area featuring the White Christmas and the Chanhassen Dinner Theater, and shopping at Mall of America. For more on Foreman Charter Tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Did you know Sherco offers more than egg tarps? As an industry leader in construction, waste, and flatbed tarping systems, Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and grain carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best, demand Sherco.
Pizza Ranch is all about the cookie. This is Mike from Yankton Pizza Ranch. Get ready for our famous family-sized chocolate chip cookie filled with chewy, gooey, chocolatey goodness. And right now, you can feed your group for just $20. Grab our online pizza deal, 2 single-topping medium pizzas, a small cheesy ranch sticks, and a small cactus bread, all for $20. Simply go to pizzaranch.com to order now.
Whoa, that's good.
Did you ever hear that cheese is the favorite food of all mice? Well, that's just a myth. Here's the fact. Mice love all food, often eating up to 8 pounds of it in their lifetime. Mice spread disease through urine, droppings, and dander, contaminating food and surfaces like counters and floors, and that's no myth. A pest professional is your best defense against the devastation rodents, termites, roaches, and ants can cause to your home and family.
Olson Pest Technicians, 1-800-KIL-BUGS.
All right, back here with our player interview from Lewis and Clark Ford. Let's go now to our feature player of the week in Anil Pastrana, the senior for the Mount Marty Lancers on the offensive line out of Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you for joining me, Anil.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I wanted to talk with you because I wanted to talk about the offensive line for a little bit. Y'all have been playing pretty well so far this year. We're going to talk about you a lot, but we got to start with football, obviously. Tell me about your group. You've been together for a long time, so you've got to know each other well, knowing each other's tendencies, and that's got to help with blocking schemes.
Yeah, it helps a lot because we grew up together, like not grew up together, but like since freshmen, we've been together, so we have a really tight group there. And then like bringing Lionel Willingham in, still connecting with him, it's pretty good.
And you came up together, I guess is kind of what it is. Been together since freshman, and you've kind of worked on that relationship over the last 4 years. Yeah. And it's really showed when you look at the offensive line play from 4 years ago to where it is now. Y'all seem to have really matured as a group. You're 4 years older, you're 4 years better, and this offensive line group is cooking right now.
Yeah.
So that's got to be interesting. When it comes to off the field, are you guys getting pretty close as well?
Yeah, we still really close off the field. So always hanging out together, going out to eat together, just keep connection together and everything.
Where do you go out to eat?
When we was in fall camp, we took all the freshmen and all that to CJ's over by Nebraska, and then sometimes before, like on Thursdays where I have off, we go to like Big Rig Burrito or McDonald's or something just to chop it up.
I gotta guess that every business owner that has food in the area, eyes light up when they see the offensive line group for the local football team come in. You get greeted pretty well, I assume?
Yeah, we do.
I bet. Let's talk about your hometown, kind of where you're from. You're from Fort Worth, Texas. So tell me about your hometown and your family.
Well, my hometown is it's a big city, really. But we're a really close family. Like every Saturday we're together, eating, hanging out together. Now that I'm not there, every Saturday turn on the games and watch me all together. So it's pretty fun. My family is I love my family so much.
Is it a big family, small family?
A pretty big family.
Yeah.
Like I have 2 brothers. And I have a brother and a sister. Then my aunt has 2 other kids. My other aunt has 2 other kids. And then people from Puerto Rico come and see me too. So it's pretty fun and nice having their support.
Do they get to come up to games sometimes? It's a long way to South Dakota.
My parents came up to 2 games so far.
Oh, nice.
But my other family hasn't came to see me, but they're trying to come see me this year.
Man, it's a long way to get up here, so I understand. So I'm glad we're able to kind of bring them these streams and these interviews to keep you a little close.
Yeah.
So that's got to be nice. Are they messaging you? Are they following these games a lot?
Yeah, they do. They do. They always checking up on me. My mom always texts me after the game, how you feeling? How's your body doing? So their love is always there. So I'm thankful for them.
Well, let's talk to the move to South Dakota then for you. That had to be a little bit of a culture shock, a little bit of a difference, obviously, going from Texas to South Dakota. What led to that decision, and tell me about the move itself.
Well, I decided to come up here because whenever I came here, the coaches just treated me with love and everything. And I felt the love and the family they had up here. And then when it was a new program, I was like, well, I can make a difference in this program. And then that's why I decided to come up here. And also another thing is like how Coach Mick, Coach Sugg, Coach Heck all treated me when I came on my visit. It was just different than other schools that I went to go visit.
You can find the full version of that interview online on our Facebook page, KYNT. That is where it's going to be, on our Facebook page, KYNT. We're here on the Current 94.3 this evening for Mount Marty football. We'll take a break, come back in a couple minutes, keep things rolling on the pregame show. That from Lewis and Clark Ford.
Imagine paid vacation, sick leave, holidays, and full medical coverage the moment you start a new job. Plus quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a company-paid retirement plan. Your first day on the job. With Parker of Yankton, you don't have to imagine, because all these benefits begin day one. We are hiring assemblers, machine operators, material handlers, and line operation techs for both shifts. Don't mind working nights? Enjoy a pay differential of $235. If you're looking to upgrade your career and have day one benefits, apply today at parker.com.
Parker, engineering your success.
¿Está buscando una casa para comprar? Me llamo Deb Speck de Vision Real Estate y puedo ayudarle a encontrar la casa perfecta. Yo sé que la barrera del idioma puede ser difícil, pero puedo facilitar el proceso. Escoja a un agente que se habla español. Envíeme un mensaje de texto 605-661-9398.
Sports injuries can be the result of competitive activities, but can also happen by just participating in leisure activities too. If you're experiencing pain as the result of your chosen activity, consider chiropractic care. I'm Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson with First Chiropractic Centers. We have experienced chiropractors that work with sports injuries every day. Our treatment options are aimed to minimize pain, reduce recovery time, and reduce risk of future injuries. Visit First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Tired of fine print confusion? Vision Insurance Group will help you see your insurance coverage clearly without straining your budget, covering everything from life and home insurance to auto, business, and long-term care. Vision Insurance Group offers coverage for South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska residents. Visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com to get a personalized quote today. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
And welcome back to the Dakota Beverage pregame show, getting you ready for Mount Marty football taking on the Dordt Defenders. Dordt unbeaten, and they're the number 5 team ranked in NAIA in the latest poll. The pregame show continues here. Of course, there's more than just football going on today, Tehl.
Yeah, there was a lot going on in terms of GPAC sports. Even at Crane-Youngworth Field, right here, there were 2 soccer games earlier today, right before these football games. It started off with a doubleheader of men's, women's soccer, Mount Marty versus Northwestern. Unfortunately, Lancers on the short end of that doubleheader. The Lancer women fell in GPAC soccer 3-0 at about 11 a.m. That one started. The men played after that. It was a 1-0 loss. Northwestern swept the day.
And we talked about the national rankings here. We'll just glance at that for a moment. Kaiser of Florida, the defending national champions, they are number 1, not unanimous. Grandview of Iowa ranked number 2. They did get a first-place vote in this week's poll. Indiana Wesleyan, number 3. Bethel of Tennessee, they're at number 4. Dordt moves up from number 8 to number 5. Then it's St. Thomas of Florida. Montana Western checks in at number 7. Number 8 is Northwestern. They fall from number 2 after the loss to Concordia last week. Morningside, ranked number 9. They move up from number 11. And then number 10 is unbeaten Marion of Indiana. So 3 teams from the GPAC in the top 10. Concordia receiving votes. They're right outside the top 25. And Concordia, they've got a strong football team. We'll see them in a couple of weeks. But they're thinking, hey, we're 4-2, and if they knock off another team or two that's ranked above them, they just may sneak into the playoffs.
I'm surprised they didn't sneak into the top 25 this week, to be honest. Like, I get receiving votes, but also, like, they just beat the number 2 team out there in that last poll.
On the road.
On the road at the other stadium. National champion from 2 years ago, runners-up last year. Like, I don't know. Concordia is a top 25 program in my book. Lancer, or the GPAC should have 4.
Absolutely. And other teams from the region in the top 25, Dickinson State from North Dakota, they are at number 21 in the latest polls. And that you can find at naia.org. Let's examine a little bit more about this game tonight. The Dordt Defenders, again, they've only played 4 games, no non-conference game for them. They had their bye on September 14th. They've beaten Midland 38-20 on the road. Then they had their bye week. They rolled by Hastings at home 58-0. Won a tough game on the road at Concordia 33-22. And last week they cruised by Doane 38-3. So that leads them into tonight's contest here on the road at Crane-Youngworth Field against Mount Marty, a team that's coming off a win over Briar Cliff. Mount Marty 4-2 on the season, and 4 wins is a program record.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, they're only in year 4 of existence, so this is still a growing program. But 4 wins in your 4th year is certainly something very impressive, especially this early in the season.
Yes.
Like, we're 6 games in of an 11-game season. They got a real chance to keep rolling here. They're 2 wins away from a winning record in year 4 of existence.
In this conference.
Like, that is insane for a program as young as this Lancer program is. And they're feisty. They're good. They're able to go on the road. They're able to play teams tough at home. You remember last year, one of the top teams in the GPAC outside of Morningside Northwestern was that Midland program. Lancers beat them on the road.
Yeah, coming down from 21 points down in the second half. Midland at that point was receiving votes. They were thinking playoffs.
They were.
They got out to that big lead, and they kind of took their foot off the gas, and Mount Marty came back and got the win 28-21 in a bizarre finish at the end where they got an extra Hail Mary pass. And, I remember calling that game with you, and I'm thinking, am I missing something here? How can, for those of you who don't remember, there was offensive pass interference on the last play of the game as the clock expired in the end of the 4th quarter.
That should have done it.
It should have done it because the game can end on even if the penalty's accepted, which it was, because otherwise it would have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
There was no time on the clock, and somehow Midland got another play. Their Hail Mary came up way short, and that was that. And even Coach Micheletti was a little bit confused when we talked to him. I don't think he got an answer on the field or afterwards.
But either way,
a W is a W.
as long as you don't cash in on that extra opportunity, then it's honestly fine. It's one of those. But either way, we're gonna see that Midland football team here in Yankton in a couple weeks as well. That's gonna be Saturday, November 2nd, 1 p.m. kickoff for that one. I know Midland's gonna be fired up for that matchup after specifically what we just talked about. So that's gonna be a lot of fun that weekend.
The Dordt Defenders are led by a very fine junior quarterback, Colson Cruz, who's thrown for almost 900 yards, 8 interceptions, 2 touchdowns, but he's also run for over 250 yards and scored 2 rushing touchdowns. He's got 41 carries in 4 games. So that means he's averaging 10 yards a carry. They do have designed runs for this dual threat quarterback.
And that's not even most impressive. For me, most impressive watching this guy on tape and what he can do, he is accurate with the football. His placement is on point, and both of those interceptions, by the way, the 2 ones he had, went off his intended receiver's hands. It was tip drill interceptions, which, in my opinion, that needs to be a corrected stat in the future. I've said this for years. I hate that it goes on the resume for a quarterback that's just an interception, because anybody who doesn't look into into it goes, oh, well, he had 2 terrible throws. No, he didn't. This guy has been absolutely on one through the first 4 games of the season, and the Lancer defense, especially that secondary, has to play well today.
Nick Wellen is their main ground gainer. He's a senior running back with almost 300 yards on 50 carries. He scored a couple of touchdowns. And their big receiver is Caden Harkin, 24 catches. I believe he had 10 last week, and he has accounted for 3 receiving touchdowns. He is just a sophomore. And then their other main receiving threat is Elliott Beal. He's a redshirt freshman with 12 catches coming into the year. One thing about Dordt is they'll run that run-pass option, and they will give it to a lot of different players. The thing that I've noticed over the last few years watching Dordt, they don't rely on just one guy. They'll spread the ball around.
Yeah, they do. They spread the ball around. They're able to run. They're able to throw. They got the RPO running. They've got some good. They've got some good guys. They've got their skill positions are very, very impressive. This is a strong team.
And deep. If a guy gets hurt or if a guy gets not having a good day, well, they just go next man up, and they got quite a few next man up. Let's also examine their defense, as they have been very strong up front. They are holding opponents to just 66 yards a game on the ground. They're just stifling teams. They are turning them into one-dimensional teams. And then you have 3 seniors and 4 seniors and a junior in that 4-2-5 defense. They play 5 defensive backs normally, with Lucas Huttinga kind of in that split position. He'll move up and play in the linebacker depth, and sometimes he'll drop back deep. And this team has a bunch of interceptions on the year, and when they force teams to be one-dimensional, like I said, you're throwing into, 4 seniors and a juniors, guys who have had a lot of playing time in their career.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the interceptions. Obviously, 2 of their starting safeties have 2 apiece. And Lucas Huttinga, the senior out of Jenison, Michigan, he's got 2 picks on the year, as does Dan Juggling out of Pella, Iowa, another senior. 2 picks for both of those 2 guys back deep.
Yep, and their linebacker core, Tyler Wieringa, he leads the way with 27 tackles. But up front, it's Cooper Hidalgo. He's the man to watch when it comes to pressuring the quarterback for the Dordt defense.
He's got 2 sacks, 11 tackles, and he was big for them in this game last season. As soon as we opened up the 2-deep for this week, I feel like we both kind of groaned, going, that guy's still here?
Yeah.
That guy's still there?
We used to joke about that, but with the new rules now and with the COVID year, we used to joke about guys getting 6-7 years. Well, now they can.
I'm just sick of seeing him in the backfield. I'm just sick of seeing him in the backfield, but that's where he lives. He's very good at it.
Yeah, he's one of the top defenders in the conference, no doubt about it. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show, getting you ready for Mount Marty football taking on the number 5 Dordt Defenders. We're less than 30 minutes away from kickoff. We're going to take a timeout right now, and we'll hear from the head coach of the Defenders. That's Joel Penner, coming up right after this break. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football. Tonight, we are our current 94.3 KDAM, back in just a moment.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more. All at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. For your convenience, you can call and order curbside pickup or order online at meatlodge.com. The Meat Lodge in Yankton, on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
Hungry for the best chicken wings in town? Then head to Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Whether you're craving mild, hot, or something with the kick, they've got the wings that will keep you coming back for more. They'll have every NFL game on so you won't miss a moment of the action. Grab a cold one, cheer on your favorite team, and enjoy the ultimate game day atmosphere. Wings, football, friends, it's all at Checkers. Open daily for all of your wing cravings.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite, we go now to our opposing coach interview from Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Joel Penner, the head coach of the Dordt Defenders, joined me for a talk earlier this week. Let's go straight to it.
Yeah, you bet, Tehl. Glad to visit with you today.
Let's talk about your team then. On this season, 4-0, you've already had your bye week. Now you have a couple of road tests in a row against the South Dakota schools of the GPAC. Mount Marty Friday, Dakota Wesleyan Saturday, and then home against Morningside. Can you tell me about your upcoming schedule and some of your program goals and how you're handling the next 3 weeks?
Yeah, you bet. We're kind of in the buzzsaw, middle section of the year, and I think it's a time of when programs separate themselves. You're probably practiced about 50 practices in. We've had a good start to our season, passed a couple of quality tests in the GPAC. But really our mentality is that the longer we play, the better we get. And so the goal is improvement, and we're not looking around the corner. We're looking right where we're at today, and how do we be our best.
Well, looking at today, tomorrow you're in Yankton for a Friday night GPAC matchup, which has got to be fun. Your guys are playing on Friday night, some of them probably for the first time since they were in high school. That's got to be fun. And then you're at Mount Marty. What can you tell me about this matchup, and how are you preparing?
Yeah, we're excited to play under the lights. It'll be our first night game, only night game of the year. And, we expect a much improved and much older Mount Marty opponent. I think been impressed with how they've started their year, and I know that it's a program that's just maturing and growing, and so we're expecting a good fight, and we're going to have to bring everything we got.
Let's talk about your team. Offensively, what needs to happen with your quarterback Cruz and your offensive side of the ball if you're going to beat this very experienced and older Lancer defense?
He's done a great job, Colson, our quarterback. He's done a great job this year just managing the game. We haven't had fumbles, and he's thrown 2 picks, both right off receivers' chests, and so I think his best quality is that he manages the game and he doesn't turn it over. So we got to keep that going. Converting on third down, the only team maybe better right now in the conference is Mount Marty at doing that. We're up there with them statistically too. So we need to move the chains, and we've been able to run clock, and we've really gotten a lot of first downs per game, and of course it all comes down to touchdowns in the red zone. So those are kind of the keys for us.
Defensively, this Lancer offense looks a little different this year than it has in years past. How are you preparing for them this year?
Yeah, great balance. I think they do a good job with kind of wrinkles each week and trying to take advantage of defenses that they play against. And I think whenever you're playing a team that is competent running and throwing, you just got to play great defense. You got to be, in the back end, you got to keep everything in front. And then up front, you need to fit the run with discipline. And so there's a lot of trying to attack what the defense gives. And I think as long as we keep limiting the explosive plays, and then we put a lot of emphasis on red zone defense as well. Teams can move the ball all they want, but if they don't score points, then it really doesn't matter. So those are things that we've challenged our guys with this week, and see how we perform.
Coach, as highly ranked as your team in, your goals for the season are obviously very obvious. You're trying to do something in the playoffs. But in order for that to happen, what do you need to have your guys doing? What has to happen with your program if you're going to make that postseason run that you're hoping for?
Yeah, I think we would all agree that our league, you're going to have to play every week. Sure, there are some blowouts, but every team in this league is competent, well coached, bought in players, and there is for us just a focus that we've tried to live in all year is we're going to shut the scoreboard off. We're going to play our best football. We're not really concerned with what is the ranking or the record of who we're playing. We know that, we just have to try to be better than we were a week ago. And so that's our practice mentality, and that's our game mentality is, how do we continue to stay hungry to improve? I think a lot of teams peter out as the year goes on, and there's a lot of reasons why teams do that. We want to play our best football at the end of the year. And so my line in our opener this year was, we're going to be really, really good when we open up against Midland, but we're going to be unbeatable by the end of the year. And in order for that to happen, there's a lot that has to happen in practice. There's a lot that has to happen each week as you prepare. Practice gets boring. It gets monotonous. It gets routine. Well, that's where the best stuff happens. That's where you really start to master the skills required in this game. And so I think our team's done a really good job answering that challenge. We have a really good practice team. We have 38 seniors, which is kind of unprecedented, at least in my career, to have that much leadership. And we've just leaned on the maturity of our team. And so far it's gotten us this far.
Coach, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Good luck in Yankton.
Appreciate it, Tehl. Thank you.
That opposing coach interview brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton direct.
The Dakota Theater, operated by nonprofit Onward Yankton, is dedicated to providing entertainment and cultural opportunities for all citizens of the greater Yankton region. They believe the arts strengthen our community by inspiring, uniting, and educating children and adults of all backgrounds. The Dakota Theater is in a time of revitalization, including restoration and renovation, technology upgrades, program enhancement, and establishing an endowment to ensure the long-term financial stability of the theater. Please donate at dakotatheater.org.
Before the Lancers play, after the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor, family driven, and a memorable atmosphere. Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
There's a new option for families in the Yankton area to memorialize their loved ones. This is Paul Wintz with the Wintz and Ray Funeral Home and Garden Memory Cemetery. This new and unique columbarium consists of both indoor glass front niches, where families can incorporate pictures and other special mementos, as well as outdoor granite niches personalized with a beautiful bronze nameplate. For more information, please give us a call or visit our columbarium page at wintzrayfuneralhome.com.
Regular vehicle service keeps your vehicle running efficiently, can prevent costly repairs, and ensures your safety on the road. For all your car maintenance needs, rely on Northtown Service in Yankton. If it's new tires, brake pads, or an engine checkup, their skilled technicians are ready to keep your vehicle running smoothly. Serving the Yankton area, they handle routine maintenance and unexpected repairs with top-notch customer service. Schedule your appointment today. Northtown Service, North Highway 81 in Yankton.
We're about 17 minutes away from kickoff of tonight's college football game between Mount Marty and Dordt. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. The lights are on here. Cloudy skies. Sun has gone down, but no chance of rain, even though we desperately need it in this part of the country.
Yeah, no
but
kidding.
We'll have to just wait another day. Let's move on to the starting lineups. Brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com with the starting lineups. I'll turn it over to Tehl Tanner.
We'll start it off up front for the Mount Marty Lancers offensive line as usual with the big left tackle, the senior out of Van Vleck, Texas, Patrick Perkins. Left guard, senior Anil Pastrana. We spoke with him earlier in the pregame. He's out of Fort Worth, Texas. The center is Cooper Sezdek, a senior out of Kingsbury, Texas. The right guard is senior out of Montgomery, Texas, Xavier Gable. And the right tackle, who is a game-time decision today, the junior out of West Palm Beach, Florida, and Lionel Whittingham. If Whittingham is unable to go, Gable Tehl will slide out to right tackle, and then Jonas Kelp, the senior out of Hamburg, Germany, will start at right guard. As we go to the pass catchers for the Lancers, it's Rex Reichen, the tight end, grad senior, All-American. He's a hometown kid out of Yankton. He's number 4. The wide receivers, senior out of Ojibwa, Wisconsin, Nick Heath. Wide receiver Trevor Fitzgerald, senior out of Yankton, South Dakota, and wide receiver Rodney Brodnack, sophomore out of Cleveland, Tennessee. The starting running back of the Lancers is a junior out of Merced, California, in Malachi Hartz, and the starting quarterback for the Mount Marty Lancers, a redshirt freshman, hometown kid in Yankton, Rugby Reichen.
The Lancers averaging 162 yards a game on the ground, 138 through the air, 300 yards of offense, and they are scoring just a shade under 28 points per game. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Up front on the left end, it's a senior out of Gainesville, Florida, Dalen Norman. On the other end, it's John Carlstead, a senior out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, transferred in from the University of South Dakota. The nose tackle is Tyrell Klein, the senior out of Lamar's, Iowa. For the linebackers, Cameron Middleton on the left side, senior out of Montgomery, Texas. The other outside on the right side, David Wilson is back this week from injury. He's a junior out of Chicago, Illinois. The middle linebackers, Jacob Lambeth, senior out of Monterey, California, and Josh Pickthorne, a senior out of Brandon, South Dakota. The defensive backs for the Lancers, Amir Conley, senior out of San Diego, California, starting today. On the other end, it's Asmaram Muhammad, the junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt here in South Dakota. The strong safeties, Gabe Baptista, senior out of Hawaii, and Arthur Oliver making his first start, the junior out of Metairie, Louisiana.
The Lancers giving up 110 yards per game on the ground, 212 through the air, 322 yards per game defensively, and surrendering 23.5 points per game. Let's move to the other side of the ledger. Let's meet the Dordt defenders.
Started off up front with them as well. The left tackle, a junior out of Appleton, Wisconsin, Ethan Hansen. Left guard, redshirt freshman out of Sioux City, Iowa, Garrett Divis. The center, Joel Akers, junior out of Winterset, Iowa. The right guard, Nathan Warner. He's a senior out of Glencoe, Minnesota. And the right tackle is Parker Beck, senior out of Spirit Lake, Iowa. The pass catcher is the tight end, Ethan Snyder out of Sioux City, Iowa. He's a junior. Wide receiver, Elliot Beal, redshirt freshman out of Spokane Valley, Washington. Wide receiver, Caden Harkin, sophomore out of Veradale, Washington. And wide receiver, Connor Knuff, a senior out of Edgerton, Wisconsin. A lot of Wisconsin here, I'm noticing.
Yes, and Washington.
And Washington, yeah. The running back out of Colorado, out of Brush, Colorado, senior in Nick Wellen, and the starting quarterback out of Gowrie, Iowa, junior Colson Cruz.
The defenders strong on the ground, 278 yards per game, 238 through the air. They're averaging 516 yards of offense per game. Believe it or not, I don't think that's tops in the conference. I think Morningside's ahead of them. Yeah. But they average 41 points a game. Let's meet the Dordt defender defense.
Started off up front on the left side is senior out of Berthoud, Colorado, Cooper Hidalgo. On the other end, Eric Gustafson, senior out of Ethan, South Dakota. On the inside, Adam Moaning, a senior out of Sioux Center, Iowa, and a senior out of Lesterville, South Dakota, in Jordan Gall. The 4-2-5 ran by the defenders, so the two linebackers here, Tyler Waringa out of Sioux Center, Iowa, he's a junior, and then the linebacker out of Edmond, Oklahoma, senior in Ian McDonald. For the 5 defensive backs starting, Abe Stays, a senior out of Mountain Lake, Minnesota. Grant Hickson, senior out of Indianola, Iowa. Chip Casey, a junior out of Hilton Head, South Carolina. Lucas Huttinga, a senior out of Jenison at Michigan. And Dan Jungling to finish it off, the senior out of Pella, Iowa.
The defenders give up 66 yards a game on the ground, 175.5 through the air. That's 242 yards per game. Very stingy defense, 11 points per game. And our starting lineups today brought to you by Foreman Charters. Remember, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. We'll continue with the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Come back after this timeout. We'll hear for the head man for the Lancers, John Micheletti. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football Tonight. We're on current 94.3 KDAM.
At Triple Time Rudy's, not only do you get top-notch fuel to keep you on the move, but it's a destination for delicious local treats. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmock cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. It's your community's pit stop for more than just fuel. Triple Time Rudy supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers. For all your daily fill-ups and convenience needs, stop by Triple Time Rudy's at 17th and Broadway.
A couple days ago, a teacher came into the UPS store to print some worksheets for her classroom. As we were printing, she asked if we could help her design and print a custom banner for her school's upcoming event. Yes, we can. Hi, this is Doug at the UPS store in Yankton and Vermilion, where for over 8 years we've been serving educators, businesses, and community members with all kinds of printing solutions. Stop by today and let us assist with your next project, and be sure to ask about our shipping services or current print specials.
Want to buy the best bike from the best team? Then shop Ace Bike and Fitness for your Trek bike needs. This is Ken, and every Trek bike we sell is built to give you a quality ride and is backed with a history of performance and durability. We stock the best selection of Trek recreation bikes, fitness bikes, mountain bikes for adults and kids. Shop in store, and one of our bike enthusiasts will match you with a perfect Trek bike. Visit Ace Bike and Fitness in Yankton today.
Finding that missing shin guard, remembering whether it's a home or away game, getting the right kid to the right playing field on the right day. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple so you can worry about more important things, like not being that fan. Oh, come on, ref! That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble, insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, always remember, drink responsibly. As we go to our coach interview from Sherco now, when you need to be sure, make it Sherco. John Micheletti, the head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers football program, now in the booth, getting ready for number 5, Dordt. They are the top 5 team in the nation, number 1 in the GPAC, and the highest ranked team in the GPAC. Coach, you get him at home. Tell me about the defenders and what you've been seeing on film.
Yeah, Dordt's a very disciplined team, continuously making progress over the years that we've been able to play them. I've won some tough games there. I know they had a tough battle there with Concordia a few weeks ago. They've had they didn't play week 0 like we did, and then they already had a bye, so they played a few less games than us. But yeah, we definitely like the opportunity ahead of us, being able to play them at our place on a Friday night. A perfect opportunity for us to be able to set up for some success.
It's Friday night football, too. That's got to be fun. Obviously, y'all had one just a couple years ago, but now you get one again. This has got to be either the first or second time for some of these guys that they've played on a Friday since they were in high school. So that's fun.
Yeah, it's a good, I think all the guys can reflect on some of those prideful, joyful days of high school football and be able to play on a Friday night. And as coaches, it's a little bit of a relief, too, because you're pretty much done prepping for the week by Friday nights usually if you're playing on a Saturday. So being able to just get it going instead of waiting all day and maybe playing on a Saturday night, as we talk often, those pregame mornings are brutal for coaches. It's just a lot of waiting. That the time is moving very slow. So I'm all for it, playing on a Friday night, move things up a little bit more. And I'm very excited for this opportunity.
And then obviously Friday night, you got that long day of 7 p.m., another night game. What into that? Went into that with the schedule this year, the amount of night games you're playing?
Some of them just happen to work out with the trophy games. Obviously, the first game being in Missouri, they had to move back just to try to beat some of the heat. The trophy games adding a little bit more joy and excitement to it, playing a night game. And then, being able to, with Waldorf and Hastings being the 2 teams that are a little bit further away. I know they're not technically night games, but they're not at your typical 1 o'clock. It just helps with travel, so you're not having to leave at 6 o'clock in the morning. So us moving it back allowed Waldorf to leave at a certain time, and Hastings doing the same thing for us later on in the season. So just kind of way the schedule falls.
Let's talk about players now. We had a little earlier in the booth Anil Pastrana, one of your offensive linemen. Can you tell me about this guy?
Yeah, we call him AP. Got a lot of love for him. He's been around since day one. I've seen him grown up and mature quite a bit. Being a knucklehead 18-year-old to being a well-mature young man now that is ready for life after college. And it's one of those things that is a bright spot of this profession, is seeing guys make those leaps and bounds throughout those 4 years. Obviously on the football field, and that's what my profession is, but really in life as well. And he's got a girlfriend that they're close with, and we were just talking about earlier, life after this, and I'm excited for that, to continuously see him grow and what's next for him.
Let's finally finish it off with Dordt here once again. Dordt, number 5 every week in the GPAC. There's an incredible opportunity to take down one of the top teams because the GPAC is just so strong. When it comes to the opportunity for this game, what needs to happen to cash in?
Yeah, I think we've done great strides over the last few weeks of, defensively, pursuit to the ball, winning the turnover margin that goes to both sides of the ball, but making sure that we're communicating, line up correctly, offensively, making sure we're controlling the ball, controlling the clock, taking what the defense gives you, not forcing anything. And we call on that offensive line to win in short line situations. They're stepping up. When we look back at the 4-minute drill situation against Briarcliff where we're up, but we need to make sure we maintain the ball and keep the drive alive. It's 3rd and 1, and they got 10 guys in the box, and our 5 offensive linemen took care of it. So being able to rely on those guys in those situations, again, against good teams. Last game we also had no penalties, which is a very clean game. So we got to make sure we're able to play a clean game against a good disciplined team.
Coach, thank you for your time. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
That's head coach John Micheletti, the Mount Marty Lancers. Let's go ahead and take a break. Come back in a couple of minutes with the kickoff of Mount Marty and Dordt. Friday night lights for college football.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care. Whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we treat our patients like family.
We have an experienced and extremely caring dental team. We take the time to make sure you understand your oral health and answer any questions you have about your dental treatments.
With an office located in the heart of Yankton at 1818 Broadway, we're centrally located for all patients in the area.
Whether you need fillings, crowns, or bridges, just a teeth cleaning, or even Botox.
Contact Elwood Family Dental Care today.
Brand names like Ashley Furniture, Lazy Boy, Stearns & Foster, Sealy, Tempur-Pedic fill our sales floor and our warehouses. At Slumberland, we're passionate about what we sell: furniture, mattresses, and home decor. We take pride in selling high-quality products at a great price. You deserve to have the home you want, and at Slumberland, we want to help you achieve it. Live in the home of your dreams. See us at Slumberland in Yankton, 2401 Broadway.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
They say tomorrow is always coming, but never arrives. It's always just beyond today. Not true when it comes to internet. Tomorrow's technology is already here. We'll need solutions that are even faster, smarter, and more secure. So let's go. Let's go to a place where Midco Internet connects you to all the possibilities of tomorrow. That's where we're going today. Midco. Let's go beyond.
We're into the final segment of the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Mount Marty playing host to the number 5 team in the land, the Dordt Defenders, and the Lancers breaking out the baby blue uniforms tonight. The powder blues.
Gotta love the powder blue uniforms. They debuted these for Lancer Days, I believe, last year. Is when it was. Might have been 2 years ago. No, I think it was last year.
I think it was last year.
If I'm remembering correctly. One of the best jerseys in the GPAC. Obviously, the gold tops, the gold pants, the powder blue jerseys with the white stripes and the gold, white and gold on the shoulder pads. I love these jerseys. One of the best uniforms in the GPAC for sure.
Absolutely. It reminds me a lot of the UCLA Bruins with their uniforms. They have the white numbers and letters for Mount Marty tonight. Dordt, they will be dressed in their road white uniforms with the black pants and the dark numbers and letters as the team captains are making their way out to the center of the field for the coin toss. Our officials Randy Hagedorn is our referee. Kevin Gearink, the umpire. Aaron Christians is the head linesman. The line judge, John Benson. Matt Wilkinson, the side judge. Walter Durston, the field judge. And Eric Nelson, the back judge, your officiating crew for tonight's game. And Randy Hagedorn, of course, a veteran official.
And we've got a bunch of police officers running things around here, too. It was kind of appreciation night for Yankton Police Department. I can tell you the chief of police is one of the guys running chain gang tonight, so that's pretty fun, too.
All right, the coin being shown here, and it will be the Dordt defenders making the call in the air. That's Brandon Piper who will be calling it. And let's see, we'll just wait a moment here to see who wins the coin toss. And it appears that Dordt has won the coin toss. Yep, it looks like the Lancers will be on offense first. Here's Randy Hagedorn. Will give us the final signal. Yep, Dordt won the toss. They will defer. It will be Mount Marty on offense first to start this game. So as we wrap up the pregame show, tell your final thoughts here coming into this contest between Dordt and Mount Marty.
Yeah, for the Lancers, keys to victory, got to be able to win the turnover battle in a game like this. If you lose the turnover battle to the number 5 team in the nation, you don't win. That is just all it is. You can win the turnover battle and still lose a game like this. So the Lancers need to be positive in the turnover game by multiple possessions in order to pull this one out. For Dordt, on the other hand, they're a top 5 team. They're a team that's going to be a heavy favorite coming into today. For them, it's just a matter of don't stagger. Even if you take an early shot, if you take an early punch to the grill, don't stagger. Keep your feet underneath you and keep fighting. We'll see what they got.
Yeah, for the road team that's favored, you want to get out to a big lead right away.
Yeah.
For Mount Marty, they've got to find a way to move the ball on the ground, maintain possession, shorten this game up, because this defense is very solid for Dordt, but their offense is very versatile, and they put up 41 points per game. Dropping back deep, Josiah Gaetani, Trey Hansen. They'll take the upcoming kick, and that is Stephen Leinen. He is the place kicker for the defenders. Our first half of football brought to you by Dakota Mac. Whether you're a farmer, rancher, investor, or simply a Lancer fan, look to Dakota Mac for your ag financing needs. Visit dakotamac.com to learn more. Under the lights here at Crane-Youngworth on a Friday night, and we will keep you up to date as the Yankton Bucks playing on the road at Brookings tonight. We'll provide updates throughout the evening.
That one's just kicking off as well.
Yep.
Both games on KYN TV tonight.
All right, here we go. It's a high end-over-end kick deep into the night, and that will bounce into the end zone. It is a touchback. Lancers will start at the 25-yard line. Rugby Reichen, the quarterback.
His brother Rex, All-American tight end, had an amazing week last week. 3 catches north of 100 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, the big 70-yard pass as well. And remember, Rex Reichen missed the first game, so his season stats a bit misleading. But no doubt he makes a massive impact every game he plays in. Pistol formation, Malachi Hartz. He needs a big game tonight. Fitzgerald comes in motion from right to left. Dordt showing blitz on the very first play. Hartz up the middle, runs into a couple of defenders, twists and falls forward for a yard gain. And leading the way for that Dordt defense, we'll call his name a lot tonight, Cooper Hidalgo.
One of the best names in the GPAC,
Yes.
too. I just love that. Hidalgo. And once again, making the tackle there, a 1-yard gain for Mount Marty. This is a very good front four for Dordt. They've got, once again, running that 4-2-5. If you don't have a good push up front, you can't run the 4-2-5. They've got some good dudes up front.
Yep, they run that, and there's, again, 4 very good defensive linemen for the defenders. Fitzgerald in motion from right to left. Hartz has a hole up the middle, across the 30 to the 35, falls forward to the 36, move the chains, first down Lancers.
Hartz is fired up after a great run of about 10 there. 1st and 10, move the chains, as you said. Lancers need to keep moving. Here's the hurry up.
Yep, they're going right to the line of scrimmage. Now they'll look to the sideline in the pistol formation. They'll have Austin Vigans check into the lineup. He'll move as a H-back over on the left side, 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion. He'll stop, go back the other way. Hartz has a big hole to the left side across the 40 to the 41. Gain of a little over 5 yards.
Yeah, ran outside of the tackle box on that time, just off the left shoulder of Patrick Perkins, that big left tackle out there, who's, once again, I say big for a reason, 344, 6'8". He's out of Van Vleck, Texas. Got the push inside. Hartz able to turn it for 5.
Under the lights, 68 degrees, cloudy skies, no chance of rain, really no wind to speak of at all here at Crane-Youngworth tonight. Lancers moving from right to left on your radio dial. Reichen over on the left side as a tight end. Shotgun set, pitch, Hartz, tackled right away, gets out of it across the 45 to near the 46. It's about a yard shy of that first down marker. And boy, gotta credit that left side of the line for creating a big hole over there. That's Pastrana and Perkins over there.
Lancers were running the option that time. It was a good read by the young quarterback, and Reichen realized he didn't have it, throws it to the outside. Hartz gets the pitch, able to break the arm tackle, get positive yards, and here we go, 3rd and short. Got to convert on 3rd down.
Empty backfield, but now they'll switch things up and move Hartz into the pistol formation. Vigans a wing back. He's over on the left-hand side. Fitzgerald in motion. Hartz hit right away. Tries to spin out of trouble. He'll be tackled for a loss as, boy, that Dordt defense came just storming in there, led by Jordan Gall, the senior from Scotland High School, lives from the Lesterville side of that conglomeration there of Scotland, Leicester, Kalerville, and the former Highlander gets a big tackle.
Only his 6th of the year, too. He's been not obviously getting a ton of action, but when he's there, he's effective.
He's one of those guys that clogs up the middle, and that's when guys like Cooper Hidalgo make the play.
Yep.
But, again, no doubt about it, it's a solid defensive line. Here comes the punt from Jack Finder. It's a short punt.
We're going to have penalty flags.
Oh, was Finder run into?
Yes, he was.
All right, and the return man backs away for the defenders. The ball was touched down at around the 20-yard line. Return man was Keenan Valverde, but we may have a fresh set of downs, and we will for Mount Marty as their offense comes back out onto the field.
That's just a killer for Dordt. You know, you get off the field, you're going to get the ball back with decent field position. You stuff the Lancers on their own side of the field. And now you just give them a free play again after a special teams penalty. That'll drive a coach crazy, especially on an opening possession.
Yep, ball is moved on the 5-yard walk-off. I believe it was running into the kicker. 5-yard walk-off to the 49-yard line of the Lancers. Their drive stays alive with 1st and 10. 11:35 left to go, just underway. First quarter here. First possession of the game for either squad. High snap brought down. And it's going to be Reichen with the keeper, and he'll get a yard, and that's all. Mount Marty football tonight, brought to you in part by Core Trust. Helping you achieve your personal and business goals, it's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC.
Kyle Hirsch now in the game for the Lancers, a freshman out of Gayville, South Dakota. 152 rushing yards on the season. He's averaging 4.9 yards per carry. He was part of that option there. Reichen just took it.
Empty backfield, quick screen pass. Hirsch at the 50, gets a block to the 45, the 40, down the right sideline. He's near the 30-yard line. Move the chains, first down. A safe pass on first down.
Yeah, they like running those screens to the outside, especially with Hirsch. He is a dual threat back where he can go out, he can run routes very effectively. You saw him there on the screen, just taking it for positive yards, and here we go. Lancers in good territory, but oh no, their All-American is on the ground.
Yeah, that is Rex Reichen down back at about the 35-yard line. And let's hope this is nothing serious. Hopefully maybe just a leg cramp. That's kind of what it appears. But the teams will move to the sideline as this is an official injury timeout. With 10:39 left to go, first quarter, no score between the Lancers and the defenders. Tonight's broadcast brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com. So Riken walking off the field with a little bit of assistance. Looks like he may be favoring that left leg of his, and that is a major loss if he is not able to continue. Hopefully he can come back into the game.
Now, we mentioned it a little earlier. He missed the first game of the season with an off-season injury. He wasn't exactly healthy to start the year, and that's a tough thing for his senior year. Hopefully we'll see him back here in a couple plays. But it's 1st and 10 for Mount Marty.
Yep, and they are at the 32-yard line of Dordt. From the right hash mark, Dordt showing blitz. And it's going to be handoff to Hirsch. Has some blockers on the right side, crashes into the line, and he'll get about 2 yards, and that is all. Ezekiel Robinson into the game as a wide receiver.
That's one of those 3 Robinson brothers that are on this team, all of them out of Vermilion. Kind of a cool story for them, obviously, with the extra years and everything going in, able to play together at the college level. 3 different brothers from 3 different years able to play. That's pretty cool.
Nice Vermilion connection just down the road. Speaking of Vermilion, USD Coyotes have their homecoming tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I believe Northern
UNI,
Iowa.
Yep. Top 20 matchup there in the Dakota Dome. 2 p.m.
Second down in about 8. Straight drop back. Riken loads up, throws toward the end zone, got a man wide open. It's caught for a touchdown. Trey Hansen was all alone.
Oh, he was wide open. That was just broken coverage by Dordt. No, I think one of the defenders just straight up lost where he was, because like you said, there was nobody within 10 yards of Hansen. First touchdown of the game, and the Lancers start off on top.
30 yards officially on that touchdown pass. Number 9 on the season for Rugby Riken for Trey Hansen, his second receiving touchdown. Now Jack Finder out of the hold of Jace Manker will try the PAT. It is on the way, and it is good. 9:23 left to go in quarter number 1. 7-0 Lancers on top of Dordt. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
Well, after the penalty, the Lancers go 4 plays, 51 yards, 2:32 time of possession, and it was Trey Hansen catching the touchdown pass from Rugby Riken.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful route here. I just got to see the replay here, and it wasn't broken coverage. It was one-on-one, and Trey Hansen broke a guy's ankles so hard he put him on the ground and then was able to get into the end zone untouched. That was a beautiful route from Trey Hansen, the senior.
All right, Manker with the kickoff, and it will be collected near the 15-yard line on the far side of the field. That's Valverde with the return out to the 30-yard line. Check that was Elliott Beal on the return for Dordt, and now the Lancer defense steps onto the field for the first time against this very balanced Dordt offense. They can beat you. They're not a one-dimensional offense, 278 on the ground, 238 via the pass. And Colson Cruz has established himself as one of the top quarterbacks in the conference, in a conference that has a lot of good quarterbacks. From the left hash mark, near the 30-yard line, about the 29, first down and 10, and we have a whistle before the first play's even snapped. And I believe it's going to be procedure against Dordt, and it is.
False start against Dordt.
That's one thing the Lancers have been really good at the last couple weeks, is keeping clean in the penalties. 2 weeks ago, they only had 2 penalties all game. Last week, no penalties, at not 1 in the game. So far, Dordt has 2 to start this one off. We're under 6 minutes into this one.
Yeah, you mentioned keys to the game. That's going to be a key for Mount Marty. Limit the penalties. Option play, Cruz wants to run. makes a couple of men miss around the left side to the 35, steps out of bounds. Cruz, very quick, very elusive.
Wow. Yeah, I think he juked out 3 different Lancers there. That was very impressive from the quarterback. Just able to find some positive yardage there when that one should have been a tackle at the line of scrimmage. That was a good job from the quarterback.
Dordt will put a lot of men in motion. They'll run the triple option at times. This time they're in the pistol formation. They want misdirection. That's the name of the offense. Option play. Cruz carts back inside. Makes one man miss, but not the second, but he's close to the first down marker at the 39, and they will move the chains. Cruz, quick feet.
Quick feet for sure. You mentioned they're going to run it with the quarterback a lot. Coming into today, he had 41 total ground attempts for 259 yards. That's averaging 6.3 yards per carry with 2 touchdowns. He is a dangerous dual threat quarterback.
1st and 10. 8:15 and counting here in the first quarter. Lancers up 7-0. Dordt's first offensive possession. Man in motion, play action, swing it out, screen pass, tackled right away was Caden Harkin, the sophomore out of Veradale, Washington. That play was well defended by Mount Marty.
Yeah, it looked like it was Josh Pickthorne and Jacob Lambeth, that middle linebacker duo, 2 seniors that have been here a long time, both playing very well on the year. Pickthorne's got 4 tackles for loss, Lambeth 6.5, couple of sacks between them, and between the two of them, over 70 tackles on the season.
2nd down and 11. They lost a yard on that last play. Option play, Cruz rolls out to the right, throws on the mun, got a man open at midfield, pushed out of bounds. That is the backup receiver, Isaac Looker, out of Tacoma, Washington, a redshirt sophomore, his 4th catch of the year. Not quite enough for a first down. They needed 11. He got 10. So 3rd and 1 coming up. Again, Dordt will put a lot of men in motion. They want to confuse the opposing defense. Important for the Lancers all night long. Got to stay at home and remember your assignment. 1 receiver out to the left, 2 in tight to the right. Handoff, well and up the middle. Big hole, first down across midfield. He'll gain about 5 yards, move the chains for Dordt.
That was a good job on 3rd down. You could see the Lancer crowd making some noise. Dalen Norman looks like he lost his hat. He'll have to come off for a play. That's one of the Lancer captains.
Yep, Lane Ferguson, the junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, comes in to replace him on that defensive line. 6:40 and counting. First quarter, Lancers up 7-0. First possession of the game for Dordt as they'll look to the side. Pistol formation with 2 receivers to the left and 1 out to the right. Cruz looks to the sideline. Now we'll signal the play. In the pistol, drops back, wants to throw, home run ball down the middle of the field into coverage, incomplete. Intended for Harkin, but great coverage by Mount Marty.
Yeah, that was great. Gaetani back there, he had 2 picks last week. Great coverage down deep over the right sideline that time. Once again, 2 picks last week, one of them for a pick 6, the other on a 2-point conversion attempt for Briarcliff. Lateraled it to a teammate, Nazmar Muhammad. That one was a house call as well.
Yeah, do you count that as a pick 2?
I don't even know.
I don't know.
Either way, he got his hands on the ball twice, and it gave the Lancers, I believe, 8 points total for just him.
Running play well and up the middle, stuffed at the line of scrimmage, no gain. That time the Lancers stayed at home. They weren't fooled by the misdirection. Brings up 3rd down and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly.
Now here we go. Massive opportunity for Mount Marty. 3rd and long here after the 1-yard loss. Incompletion on 1st. Going backwards on 2nd. Got to get off the field. Now you're at midfield. Have a chance to get it back.
3rd and 11. Pistol formation. Straight drop back. Pressure coming. Cruz dances away. Rolls out. Throws on the run to the sideline. Caught. First down. Making the catch is Elliott Beal, the redshirt freshman out of Spokane Valley, Washington. That was a great job of improvisation by Colson Cruz.
Absolutely. The Lancers had a chance of bringing him down in the backfield. He's able to move his way around the pocket, feel the pressure, get outside, throw on the run as he finds an open wide receiver in Beal. That was a great job.
1st and 10 from the 34-yard line of Mount Marty. 2 men in the backfield. Straight drop back, now a little rollout. Scramble now to the left side, and a throw downfield incomplete, out of bounds. That was just Cruz throwing the ball away.
Yeah, it was Muhammad who came in as a DB blitz off that right side, came in unblocked. He was able to kind of roll out, circle away from the pressure and avoid the sack, but good coverage by the Lancers, able to get the pressure.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Second down and 10. 5:03 on the clock here in quarter number 1. Option play, left side. Here's a pitch to one of the backup running backs. He's shoved out of bounds, and a little extra shove there on the running back, Keenan Valverde. And no flag after a gain of about 3 yards.
Going to bring up another third down.
Another third down here. The Lancer crowd going to get loud again here. Chance to get off the field. These two teams are two of the best in the GPAC on third down conversions. We talked with Coach Penner about that before this game.
From the 31-yard line, 4:30 and counting here in quarter number 1. Lancers up 7-0. 4 wide receivers, 2 either side. Here comes the blitz. Cruz in trouble, has to scramble, has the first down to the 20, makes a man miss, then gives himself up at the 17-yard line. They'll take that first down run on the scramble by Colson Cruz.
Once again, the Lancers had pressure. They had a chance to bring him down for the sack, but Cruz, very good instincts in the pocket, senses the pressure, sees a hole in front of him, and just runs for the green grass.
Yep, they'll give him a gain of 13. Ball put down at the 18-yard line, 1st and 10. Dordt on the move, under 4 minutes to go here in quarter number 1. Lancers up 7-0. 2 men in the backfield, 1 on either side of the quarterback. And it's going to be Wellen up the middle with a big hole. He's down to the 5-yard line. Nick Wellen, the senior out of Brush, Colorado. Boy, they fooled the Lancer defense that time, had a lot of men in motion. And that was a gain of about 13 yards.
Yeah, that was good. Arthur Oliver, the free safety for the Lancers, saved the touchdown on the shoestring arm tackle there. That was very close to 6, but either way, it's 1st and goal from the 5 for the defenders.
Oh, Lancers a little confused on defense as they're changing out personnel here with 3:12 and counting. Looks like they got the right package out there. 1st and goal for Dordt from the 5-yard line. Pistol formation, 1 receiver out to either side. Here comes a man in motion. It's a handoff. Wellen up the middle, plows into the end zone. That's a touchdown for Dordt. Boy, that was student body forward, and Wellen had a head of steam going, and nothing was going to stop him.
Yeah, I wondered if there was a flag. One of the Lancers' defensive linemen, right before the snap, jumped up and pointed at the offensive line for Dordt. Then I wasn't sure if they were going to stop it. They did not. Nobody jumped, and that'll be a touchdown.
Here comes the point after kick from Stephen Linen out of the hold of the punter, Blake Coons. Trying to tie this game up. And the point after kick is on the way, and it is good. 2:58 left to go. Quarter number 1 tied up at 7 apiece. We're back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on Current 94.3.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
That last drive for Dordt, 13 plays, 71 yards, 6:20 time of possession. Nick Wellen on a 5-yard touchdown run. And for Wellen, that is his 3rd rushing touchdown of the year. We're tied at 7. And I tell you what, Tehl, that was just an impressive drive for Dordt because they, again, showed balance with that offense.
Yeah, they did. 3 third-down conversions en route to that touchdown. Lancers had him on 3rd and long multiple times, weren't able to get off the field. Very good drive to open it up for Dordt's offense.
And the kick goes out of the end zone for a touchback, and the Lancers will start at the 25-yard line. Mount Marty football tonight brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. We can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, an investor, or beginning farmer, we work hard to find the lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. A Friday night for college football here at Crane-Youngworth Field. Lancers, their second possession of the game. They were bailed out by a penalty on a punt earlier on their first drive. Robinson in motion as a wide receiver. Hartz up the middle, stuffed by Hidalgo. And then about 4 other white jerseys were there. No gain on the play.
He was trying to be patient there, and just nothing developed. A good push from Dordt to get the tackle for loss. One thing of note, the starting tight end All-American for the Lancers, Rex Reichen, not out there to start off this second possession of the ball game. He was shaken up toward the tail end of that opening possession.
1 yard loss on the play, so 2nd and 11. Reichen has Hart standing to his right. Fitzgerald comes in motion from right to left. Drop back, under pressure, throws, almost intercepted. Hart's the intended receiver. Little pass out on the flat on the right-hand side. But, boy, that was almost picked off by Colson Queering, a backup linebacker out of Sarasota Springs, Utah, the sophomore. Almost had a pick six.
Almost his first pick, and it almost would have gone for 6 if he'd have got his hands on that one. That was a dangerous throw. Now it's 3rd and long.
3rd down and 11 for Mount Marty. They'll have the empty backfield. Now Hartz will move from a receiver to a running back spot. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Hart stays in the block. Reichen rolls out to his right, now to his left. Looking, still looking. Throws down the sideline, incomplete. Thrown out of bounds. And the punting unit comes on for Mount Marty. Great pressure applied by that front 4 for the Dordt defenders.
I mean, geez, the pressure was great, but how about that secondary? They probably were able to lock up each Lancer receiver for a solid 10, maybe 12 seconds is that length of that play.
Yeah.
Nobody was able to get open. Reichen had his eyes downfield the entire time trying to find somebody. Just wasn't able to. That's impressive from the secondary.
Jack Finder stands at his own 10 to punt it away. He's averaging 35 yards a punt. Not much pressure. They're setting up the return at angles towards the sideline. Bounces at the 40. Takes a Lancer bounce out of bounds near the 40-yard line of the Dordt defenders. And that's where they'll have it 1st and 10. Mount Marty football brought to you tonight in part by Lewis and Clark Ford. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics, and you can visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton, or you can go to lewisandclarkford.com. See where the referees will spot the ball at the 41-yard line of Dordt. That's where they'll have it 1st down and 10. 2 minutes exactly left to go here in quarter number 1. We're tied at 7 between Dordt and Mount Marty. Pistol formation. Cruz claps his hands, wants the football, and it'll be the option play. He'll stop to the left-hand side, try to get around the defender, can't, falls forward for a 2-yard gain.
Carlstead on the stop.
John Carlstead on the stop. Of course, Carlstead served in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, he's a non-trad. I think, 28 years old, playing college football, out of high school, went to the Marine Corps, served 4 years, went to the University of South Dakota to play football at the D1 level at the NCAA, transferred into Mount Marty, and has been one of their core players for the last couple of years.
He, in a lot of ways, has been the heart and soul of that Lancer defense.
Absolutely.
In the locker room and on the field.
Senior this year. They're going to miss him next year, but we're enjoying the last few games.
Yep. 2nd down, pistol formation. Wellen up the middle, gets across the 45 to the 47-yard line. Good surge by that offensive line for the defenders. Pickthorne in on the tackle, brings up 3rd down. Clock winding, under a minute to go now here in quarter number 1. Another big 3rd down. Be about 5 yards to go for a 1st down for Dordt. They'll send 1 receiver out either side. 2 men in the backfield, along with the quarterback. Cruz has 1 man behind him, 1 to his left. He'll keep it, run to his left, look to pitch, wants to keep it. He'll be stopped near the line of scrimmage, no gain. And it'll bring up a 4th down. And the Mount Marty defense strung that play out.
Give the credit to Tyrell Klein, the big nose tackle for the Mount Marty Lancers, was able to get off of his block, get pressure on the quarterback as he's rolling to that right side, put a hit on the man. Josh Pickthorne there to help clean it up as well. That was a good 3rd down stop for the Lancers.
Blake Coons out to punt. 8 punts. He's averaging 46 yards per punt. He stands at his own 31-yard line. But I don't think they're going to punt it Nope, the quarter runs out before that happens. We're tied at 7 after one quarter. We'll be back with quarter number 2. Mount Marty plays Dordt tonight right here on Current 94.3. This is KDAM.
Taylor is living the Runza dream.
The Fry Life is the high life.
He's stacking up rewards on the Runza mobile app.
Points on points on points on points.
That's a lot of free food from Runza.
Yep, I'm headed there for lunch today.
Download the Runza mobile app to start getting rewards. Because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
When the leaves start to fall and the air turns crisp, there's only one beer to reach for, Shiner Oktoberfest. Brewed in the heart of Texas, the Marzen-style beer is packed with caramel malts and a hint of hops for that smooth, toasty flavor perfect for cooler nights. Whether enjoying the changing colors or gathering around the fire with friends, Shiner Oktoberfest is your perfect companion for fall weather. So raise a glass and enjoy the season with Shiner Oktoberfest.
Ezekiel Robinson drops back to receive the punt. Coming up here from Blake Coons as we start quarter number 2. Got a little bit of pressure, and it's right down the middle of the field, and Robinson will let it bounce and back away, and it takes a really good Dordt bounce. All be down inside the 10-yard line. Oh, boy, to the 1-yard line. And really, Robinson did not have a chance to make a catch on that punt. It bounced well in front of him, kind of took a tricky bounce. He backed away from it. It's the smart play, but the ball bounced that time in favor of Dordt.
Yeah, that was great coverage by Dordt on that one. Great coverage. They're able to get down, stop it at the 1-yard line, and the Lancers are now backed up in the shadow of their own goalpost.
Yep, just underway, quarter number 2, tied at 7 between Dordt and Mount Marty. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. Great to have you here. Yes, it's college football on a Friday night here at Crane-Youngworth Field. Cloudy skies, 66 degrees, no wind at the moment. From the 1-yard line out of the shotgun, it's a pitch. And, big tackle near the 3-yard line. And that was Kyle Hirsch on the carry. And, boy, he took a hard shot as he got a couple of yards on that play running to the right side. Again, this Dordt defense only gives up 66 yards a game on the ground. They have been stellar all year long. Important for the Lancers to get some first downs and move the chains. But it's going to be tough against this Dordt defense. Second down. We'll call it 9. Only a gain of a yard on that last play. Shotgun set. Reichen, here comes the blitz. He'll stand tall in the pocket, throw a home run ball down the sidelines, and it is going to be tapped away incomplete at the 32-yard line. And that was intended for Hansen, who comes up limping.
I don't mind the call there. Hansen, one of the best route runners for the Lancers, able to get down that right sideline. Had a chance on that one. Couldn't quite come up with it. And, yeah, he's kneeling on the sideline now, getting checked out.
And that is a big loss if he has to miss some time here tonight.
That'd be him and Rex Reichen so far.
Yeah, and that's 2 big-time receivers for the Lancers. Third down and 9 from the 2-yard line. Shotgun set. Straight drop back. Reichen being pressured. Rolls out to his right. Throws on the run. Over the head. Incomplete at the 20-yard line. And that, I believe, was intended for Fitzgerald, and it was. Tried to go up in the air and make keep his feet in bounds, but just couldn't. The pass sailed out of bounds. And now, dangerous time here for the Lancers. They got a punt from their own end zone.
Yeah, this is a difficult thing. No team ever wants to have to do this, but you drill it a lot in practice. This is a situation that means a lot to each ball game, so it's something gone over a lot. Lancers need to get this away quickly.
Valverde back deep. Finder stands at the back of his own end zone. They're coming. He gets it away, gets a good punch. Valverde retreats, gets to the 45-yard line, now to the 40 of the Lancers, tries to make a man miss, and that was a good punt. And the ball came loose at the end of the play, but they say the return man was down.
Yeah, well, forward progress basically is what was stopped. He was still up fighting for it. They call it dead, and then the ball was ripped out.
And so Dordt will have the ball first and 10 from the Lancer, about 40-yard line. Mount Marty football tonight brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. And we got a score from the Gerstner Oil scoreboard near the end of the first quarter. High school football, Yankton ahead of Brookings 7-0.
Actually, I got a second quarter score at the moment, 14-0 Yankton. They just scored again in a second.
All right. Good news there. Out of the pistol formation. Play action. Cruz over the middle of the field. Got a man open, and it is going to be tapped away and complete at the 10-yard line. Intended for Harkin.
Oliver Arthur almost got a pick there. That was one where Harkin had a step on the DB, was going straight for the end zone, and it was just a little short on the pass. Oliver was able to catch up and nearly grab that one. That's a touchdown if that was a little farther downfield.
It's good coverage, breaks up the pass, brings up 2nd down and 10. Dordt moving from right to left on your radio dial. They'll have the pistol formation. Handoff. Wellen tries the right side, tackled, lost a yard. Wilson in on the tackle.
Yeah, that's David Wilson, DJ Wilson out of Chicago, the junior. He has been big for the Lancers the last couple of years. He's spent time on the bench, injured the last couple games. He's healthy again. He's got 4 tackles for loss on the season. Make that 5.
Big 3rd down coming up for the Lancer defense. 2 receivers split out to the left, and they're going to put 2 receivers out to the right. Pistol formation. Cruz drops back, pressure coming, steps up in the pocket, and now he'll throw on the move, and it is going to be intercepted at about the 35-yard line. Oliver with the interception.
Arthur Oliver able to come away with it after Cruz was hit as he threw his 3rd interception of the year, and the Lancers get their 3rd in the last 2 games. Mount Marty's defense has been cooking recently. They force that 3 and out, get the turnover, and now they get their offense back on the field. Just 30 seconds of gameplay ago, Mount Marty was in a tough situation, backed up in their own goal line, had to punt it away. Dordt had great field position, unable to do anything with it. Now here come the Lancers offense.
13:01 left until halftime, tied at 7. Lancers with the football after the interception. 1st and 10 from their own 35. They'll hand off, and it's going to be Hirsch trying to go to the outside. Check that Malachi Hartz, and he'll get about a yard, maybe 2, as that play was strung out to the right sideline.
One thing of note, still no Rex Reichen out there for the Lancers. Haven't seen him re-enter the game since he went down early. Was hoping to see him after the quarter break, but maybe we'll have to look for him for second half.
And Trey Hansen shaken up earlier. I do not see him.
He is out there.
Oh, he is out. Okay, he is out on the field. I couldn't see him. There he is moving over on the left side. He's going to split out as a receiver. 2 receivers either side. On 2nd down and 8. Now the empty backfield. Blitz coming, screen pass. Hartz on the right side, gets to the sideline, but he is contained. Short gain of about 3 yards.
Good tackle from Grant Hickson, one of the corners for this team, senior out of Iowa, Indianola.
Yep, again, a veteran defense out here for the Dordt Defenders, one of the top units in the country. Under 12 minutes to go, tied at 7, a big 3rd down, and about 5 coming up for Mount Marty. Lancer football tonight brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Straight drop back. Reichen being pressured, rolls out, throws on the move, tapped away, incomplete, intended for Hansen, and it was slapped away by one of the linebackers. That was Ian McDonald, the senior out of Edmond, Oklahoma.
Well, both defenses are playing very well right now. After opening drive offensive scores for both teams, their next 2 possessions each have all gone for punts. These last 2, 3 and outs for both teams.
Valverde drops back to his 25-yard line. Finder stands around his own 25. High snap, brought down, little bit of pressure, but he gets it away. They'll let it bounce around the 25-yard line, and it will take a Mount Marty roll inside the 20, inside the 15, down near the 13-yard line. That's where it's touched by the Lancer special teams. Dordt will have it there, 1st and 10. 11:20 on the clock, quarter number 2. We're tied at 7 apiece. Mount Marty football tonight brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Wellness should feel good and taste good. That's why Alani Nu offers a range of delicious energy drinks to support your goals while bringing bright, bold flavors to your daily routine. With just 10 calories, no sugar, no gluten, Alani Nu energy drinks are a healthy way to fuel your fun. Shotgun set with 2 backs in the backfield. 1 receiver either side for Dordt. They'll open up with a running play up to the sideline, and Willen gets the pitch, and he'll make a man miss, and he'll get across the 15 to near the 20-yard line. Good run there by Wellen, the senior.
It's a dangerous option, too. Even I lost track of where the ball was, and I got a bird's eye view.
Gain of about 7 on the play. 2nd down and 3 coming up. A lot of misdirection in this Dordt offense as they'll send 2 men out to the right, 1 to the left, pistol formation. Cruz hands off. Wellen up the middle, follows his blockers, pushes forward, and he'll be right at the sticks, maybe a half yard short. Let's see what the official will signal.
It's right on it.
Just shy, less than a yard to go. 3rd down coming up. Mount Marty Football brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason and the Move Group.
Now they move the chains.
They did give him the first down.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
They did make the first down, so a fresh set of downs with 10-10 and counting until halftime. We're tied at 7. Mount Marty and Dordt here on a Friday night at Crane-Youngworth.
I think that's the right call. Looking at that originally, I thought he had first down yardage.
And now they have to get the chains set officially, and they'll switch out some personnel, will the defenders. As they are taking their time. They've generally been running pretty quick with their offense, coming to the line of scrimmage with a little bit of a sense of purpose, but that time they were very deliberate. Shotgun set, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. It's going to be a handoff. Wellen up the middle, crashes into the line, pushes the pile forward across the 25. And a little farther, check that wasn't Wellen. I believe that was Piper who got the carry.
He was fighting very well, pushing for extra yards. It looked like a rugby scrum there for a moment. Everybody in there pushing. Dordt able to get 5 out of it.
Check that. That was a new running back into the game. That was Daniel Dickerson, senior out of Jackson, Massachusetts. Got about 6 yards on the play. Option play, left side. Cruz turns it up across the 30 to the 35, dives forward to the 37. Move the chains. Dordt with a first down. I tell you what, I've seen quite a few quarterbacks play in this league over the years, but Cruz is one of the quicker quarterbacks I've ever seen in this league, and that's saying something.
Oh, I was just about to say the same thing. That dude looks fast. He is just galloping through the defense.
From the 37-yard line of the defenders, 1st and 10, 8:25 and counting until halftime. We're tied at 7. Pistol formation. Option play, a little bit end around. Here comes Harkin. He's got an opening to the 40, to the 45, down the sidelines. No one's going to catch him. The end around is going to go all the way for a touchdown, but hold the phones, a penalty flag near midfield.
Dordt's already starting to walk back. On those end arounds, the holding calls are just so common. You got to stay clean, but we'll see what the official call is, but everybody on the field is marching back to the line of scrimmage.
If it counts, it would be a 63-yard run, but I don't think it's going to count, and the offense is coming out on the field.
Yeah, holding.
Holding is the call against Dordt, so wipe out the touchdown for the defenders. It was a good play call. But the holding is what allowed the receiver to get around the left side and tear down the sideline for the touchdown, but all for naught.
Yeah, as I mentioned, on those end-around plays, those reverses, those holding penalties are just so common. You got to be able to get your block cleanly there and take the yardage you've given. Holding penalty takes a touchdown off the board in that case and a lot of extra yards now.
Well, they'll back it up. And remember, holding is from the spot of the infraction.
Yep.
So the ball's put down at the 34-yard line, and that'll make it 1st down and about 13 yards. 2 backs in the backfield along with the quarterback. Here comes a man in motion and a penalty flag, and this could be illegal procedure. Dordt's starting to back up.
They're kind of getting in their own way right now. That'll be their 4th penalty of the ball game, I believe. Lancers have yet to commit one. Once again, the Lancers have been playing clean football. Last week, they did not commit a single penalty. The week before that, only 2.
Yep, the win last week at Briarcliff, 36-21. That was a night game down at Memorial Field in Sioux City. Playing a night game on a Friday night. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, 2 backs in the backfield. Here comes a man in motion. That's Beal, and another penalty flag.
Oh, wow.
And this will be procedure again against Dordt. And Joel Penner's got to be going crazy over on that sideline.
Oh, that's 3 back-to-back, 2 of them before they've even got a snap off. That is something that, as you mentioned, Coach Penner is just upset, and he's going to call a timeout. He's got to do a little bit of butt chewing right now. That is not a happy coach.
Indeed, and can you blame him? 8:08 left to go. Second quarter tied at 7 apiece. This timeout is being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. Call them at 665-1222. They're located on Broadway. Back in 30 seconds right here on 94.3.
I didn't know you did that. They hear that a lot at Hanson Briggs Advertising. At Hanson Briggs, their slogan is for all your printing and promotional needs. And I emphasize all because they do apparel, pens, signs, calendars, trophies, logo development, banners, flyers, drinkware, and so much more. Got a project? I bet they can do it. Hanson Briggs Advertising, 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton, or online at hansonbriggsadvertising.com.
The Dordt defenders are looking at 1st and 23. Back on their own 24-yard line with 8:08 left to go here in quarter number 2. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Dordt just spent their first time out of the second half after 3 consecutive penalties. 2 of them were procedure penalties. Ball hadn't even been snapped.
Now it's 1st and 23 for the defenders.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, pistol formation. They'll run the option. They'll pitch it. Valverde with the carry. He's getting a whole bunch of that yards and back all the way out across the 40-yard line. What a gain and what a play for Dordt. They needed that.
And just like that, the angry coach is now on the other sideline because the Lancers just had 1st and 23, make it 2nd and 4. You gave up a terrific opportunity.
Yards. Yeah, 19-yard gain there. That's about the last thing you wanted to see if you're a Lancer fan. You got the team pinned back deep. And then they rattle off a 19-yard run. 2nd down and about 4. 2 backs in the backfield. 1 to the left of the quarterback, 1 behind him. Misdirection running play. Valverde up the middle. Tackled. 1-yard gain, and that's all.
There's another penalty here. I wonder what this one's going to be.
Short gain on that run.
Well, at least the play got snapped. But this one may be against Dordt. Dordt's starting to back up.
Oh, this could be their 5th penalty in 2 plays.
Holding the call against Dordt. And this is very much unlike this team, what they have displayed this year. As they are going in the wrong direction. They had a big play to dig them out of a hole, but then they commit yet another penalty. It puts the ball back. Hey, weren't we here a little while ago back at the 34-yard line?
That is, wow.
This is just, this is crazy, folks. And
I'm not sure I've seen this.
Especially from a team that's ranked number 5 in the country. Two receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Straight drop back, screen pass. Out to the right side, caught by Valverde at the 30. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, 1-yard gain, and that is all.
That's the 6th total penalty on Dordt so far in this ball game. We're 6:50 left before halftime. 3rd and long now.
I can imagine what Coach Penner and his staff are going to be talking about in the locker room.
Oh, man.
3rd down coming up. Ball at the 35-yard line. Dordt has to get to the 47-yard line for a 1st down. They'll split 2 men out either side. Pistol formation. Cruz drops back. Pressure coming. Pass over the middle. Caught at midfield. Eluding 1 man to the left side. And Oliver makes a tackle. He stays on his feet. That's Connor Knopf. And what a big play. And again, Dordt converts on 3rd down.
Yeah, exactly. If you're Mount Marty, you got to be sick to your stomach that you weren't able to get off the field right there. After so many penalties, So many backwards plays. You get them in 3rd and long, and you still can't get off the field. That's a bit of a heartbreaker there. Dordt right back in it on this drive.
Knopf with the catch all the way down to the 41-yard line of the Lancers. 1st and 10 as they operate right to left on your radio dial. Receivers either side, 2 men in the backfield, 1 H-back on the right-hand side. Valverde slips around now to the left-hand side, and I think Dordt's got to call another timeout as they had some confusion on offense. They will spend their 2nd timeout of the first half with 5:32 left to go here in quarter number 2. We're tied at 7. We'll step away for 30 seconds. This timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds here on KDAM.
At H&R Block of Yankton, we want you to focus on your business while we handle your books. From payroll and bookkeeping to expert tax preparation and advice, we're ready to put our expertise to work for your small business. For the year-round services and the one-on-one attention you deserve, partner with H&R Block of Yankton. Stop by our office at 21st and Broadway or call us at 605-665-3366.
5:32 left to go until halftime. Dordt and Mount Marty tied up at 7. Middle of the season, big game here in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Dordt overcoming some penalties, digging themselves out of a hole time and time again, converting time and again on 3rd downs. They are 4 of 6 on the night, and they have the ball 1st and 10 from the Lancer 41-yard line. 2 men in the backfield, receivers either side, and it's a running play. No, a pass. Cruz throws on the move, and he's got a man caught out of bounds, and that will be, looks like Cade Rohr.
Well, we talked about it in the pregame. The biggest key to this game for Dordt was not staggering. You know, if you're taking a shot, you got to keep your feet under you and keep fighting. And that's exactly what they've done. I didn't expect the shots to come in the form of penalties they've themselves committed, but they've been able to keep their feet underneath them, keep fighting, keep pushing forward. And this drive is still rolling. They've got a chance to go ahead before the halftime.
Yeah, it was a 14-yard pass. They're inside the 30 now, and it's the option play pitch. Wellen throws a pass down the sideline. It's caught in the end zone. Touchdown. And that is thrown to Caden Harkin as Nick Wellen took the pitch, but hold the phone. A penalty flag back at the 30-yard line.
Oh, no.
Well, it'd be, oh, yes, if it's against the defenders.
At this point, I'm just feeling for defender fans, man. That's just gotta be frustrating. For the players, obviously.
I think they're going to pick it up.
Oh, they might be picking this one up here.
Yep, they threw the penalty, but
it was on the ground.
Yeah, it was a pitch to the running back, and now Coach Penner's getting an explanation. And I thought it was a legal pass. I don't think it was a forward. It wasn't a forward pitch to the running back. It wasn't a forward pass.
No, I expected this to be something like holding or something, because the pass was very legal. I expected this to be something like holding on the penalty.
And now another timeout called.
Touchdown is the call.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer against the defense, and let's see if that is
all right.
Assessed on the kickoff, perhaps.
Okay, so it's a penalty on Mount Marty. So that is their first one in 2 weeks.
And will the defenders go for 2 now?
Well, now everybody's walking off the field.
Well, we got some
they're still
confusion.
figuring things out here.
We got a little bit of confusion here with 4:51 left to go until halftime.
But the result of the play is a touchdown. The officials did signal that. The result of the play is a touchdown. So Dordt leads this ball game 13-7. We're awaiting the extra point.
And the officials are heading for the replay tent.
Oh, I think they're going to – I wonder if that means Coach Micheletti has challenged this one to see if maybe he thinks it was a forward pass.
Yes. While we got a moment here, I'd like to remind you that Mount Marty football is brought to you in part by Runza. Pick the perfect burger at Runza. Bacon cheeseburger, Swiss, mushroom, or spicy jack. They're made fresh and topped the way you like it. Runza is now in Yankton, and we thank them for their support. And I got to mention, by the way, before the game, you know where I went to eat? Runza. Although I had a Runza, their burgers are good, don't get me wrong, but I was in the mood for a cheese Runza, and it was delicious as always. 4:51 left to go here, quarter number 2. Our score is 13-7.
Well, I'm not sure. I can't show you. I don't have the tech to do it, but I just watched the replay. The pitch was definitely backwards by multiple yards. They might be looking at the catch, however, in the end zone, because there was definitely a toe drag to bring that one in. That might be what they're looking at. I'm not sure. But the pitch itself was absolutely backwards. We can put that one to rest. It was backwards by like 3 yards.
Got an update on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. High school football near halftime. Yankton ahead of Brookings 14-0.
They've been holding that one. That's a big matchup in Class AA here in South Dakota as well. 2 of the top programs going head-to-head.
Watertown ahead of T-Area 12-0. That's late in the second quarter. And break up the Spearfish Spartans. They're up 48-0 with 8 minutes left to go until halftime. They're playing at Douglas. Of course, Spearfish beat, I believe, Watertown last week.
Spearfish is good this year. They're really good.
And I tell you what, I used to live in Spearfish. I know some of the football out in the Black Hills, and mind you, it was a long time ago. But Spearfish, that program has been down for a long time, and it is really good to see that program bounce back. I love good competition. I love it. Teams other parts of the state, when they get involved in the mix, it makes for fun football. And again, I went to Black Hills State. I followed the high school sports scene and the college sports scene out there, and it's good to see Spearfish with a successful football program once again. I think it makes things better.
Sure. I mean, they're 5-1 on the season coming into this one, and now they're leading 48-0, about to be 6-1.
Yeah,
like, that's a great year for Spearfish football.
And the thing is, I announced their last
appearance
in the Dome.
Yeah, I'm looking at the overall standings right now. With this win, if this obviously stands up 38-0 in the third, they're going to be 6-1. And if the score of Yankton Brookings stands, Spearfish will be the lone one-loss team. They'll be number 1 in the class. And if Yankton beats Brookings tonight, because both Spearfish and Brookings are 1 loss.
That would be huge if Spearfish can move up to the number 1 spot. And, of course, Yankton would be potentially right on their heels.
Sure.
And, that was 2003 when Spearfish won the 11 AA championships, I believe. I'm trying to recall if they beat Brookings or Brandon Valley. I mean, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I announced that game on radio, and Spearfish since then has not had a lot of success. But it's good to see them back in the mix as the officials are still looking at the replay here as we have a stoppage of play, 4:51. You got an update?
Yeah, we can keep going through some AAA scores here for South Dakota. Sioux Falls Lincoln beat Rapid City Central 46-7. That was a 5 p.m. start. Number 1 Harrisburg leads number 4 Sioux Falls Jefferson 21-13. 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter of that one. Sioux Falls Roosevelt leads Rapid City Stevens 21-7. That one's just about to go to halftime. And then Brandon Valley over Mitchell 40-0. And Sioux Falls Washington and O'Gorman just kicked off here, so that one was a little bit of a later start. Those are the AAA scores.
Yep, I got an update from college football. Northwestern ahead of Maryland in the second quarter, 17-0. And let's see if we can get an update on the
baseball scores. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get an update on the baseball score. Dodgers and the Padres, they're at the end of the third. Dodgers ahead of San Diego 1-0.
Oh, here we go. The officials have left the blue tent, and they are heading back out onto the field. Now, unfortunately, apparently they're having mic trouble here at Crane tonight, so we're not able to hear the official. We won't get an explanation, so we got to pay close attention to the hand signals.
Yeah, they definitely took some time here.
Which, unfortunately, we don't get an explanation on this one, which is unfortunate, but we'll see what they were looking at.
All right, 4:51 left. Will the touchdown count? It looks like it will.
Yeah.
And the official is going to get an explanation to John Micheletti at about the 15-yard line. I'm trying to read the body language here as the explanation being given to Coach Micheletti.
Yeah, all 4 officials are over talking with him.
All right, the touchdown is on the board. It appears it's going to count. Teams lining up for a point after kick.
We'll be speaking with Coach Micheletti post-game after this one, by the way. A long way from now, but we'll probably talk about this. See if we can get some clarification.
Coach Micheletti walking back to the sideline. Now the officials' crew huddling up around the 15-yard line. Not sure what they're discussing here at the moment. 4:51 left, quarter number 2. At the moment, 13-0. And here is Randy Hagedorn to make a signal to the crowd. Personal foul against the defense. And a player's been ejected.
Ooh.
But we can't, again, the microphone's
so
out.
we don't know which player.
I'm not sure which player
somebody is walking out. Let's see if we can see him. That is, oh, man, that is Josh Pickthorn. That is their starting middle linebacker.
So
that is a loss.
Was that
Pickthorn just walked into the locker room?
Wow. If that is Josh Pickthorn, that is a big loss. Now, I don't know. I didn't see a signal for targeting because normally that is the rules for ejection, but something else, either that happened or something else happened. Now here's the point after kick. It is on the way. It is good. So with 4:51 left to go until halftime, it's 14-7. Dordt on top of Mount Marty. We'll take a 30-second break and come back with the kickoff right here on 94.3.
If it's time to review the look of the signage at your business, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including lit, non-lit, digital, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayor Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
That last drive went 9 plays, 41 yards, 6:29 time of possession.
And about a year off the life of everybody in the stadium. That was
crazy.
You remember that drive started. This is the same drive that started back on inside of Dordt's own 20 or inside of Dordt's own 30, where they were getting penalties after penalties. They had a touchdown called off because of a holding penalty. They were backed up and then had multiple pre-snap penalties in a row. They had 3 penalties in between 2 plays. They were able to convert on a long third down twice, get down the field, and then it was a running back throw into the end zone that finally got this one to score about a half hour of real time later from the start of this drive. That was just a crazy drive start to finish.
Yeah, and I was about to say, we're moving along at a pretty good clip, but that took a long time, and now the penalty has been assessed on the kickoff. So Linen is going to tee it up at midfield, and they try an onside kick. It will bounce and collect it around the 20-yard line by one of the return men, and that was Kyle Hirsch. So after the long break here, Mount Marty's offense trots back out on the field. Now they got 4:50 to work with. They have all 3 timeouts. And it will be Dordt collecting the football to start the 3rd period of play. Remember, they deferred. So important here for the Lancers to get some points on the board before the break. They've had time to talk about it on the sideline. And they will have Rugby Riken at quarterback. He'll put a man in motion from left to right. Handoff. Hartz up the middle. He'll get across the 20 to about the 22. They started at the 19, gain of 3. 2nd down and 7 coming up. Again, the Lancers don't have to be in a hurry. They've got plenty of time and all 3 timeouts.
They don't want to be in a hurry. Lancers have a chance of going 2 for 1 here. You remember Dordt deferred. They get the ball back after halftime, so the Lancers do not want to give it back. They do not want to give it to Dordt and get them the chance to go 2 for 1.
2nd down and 7. Shotgun set. Now the empty backfield. Here comes the blitz. Quick screen pass. Hirsch at the 20 to the 25. Lunges ahead near the 30. He's close to the 1st down marker. Let's see where they'll spot the football.
Lancers are one of the better teams in the GPAC on the season in 3rd down conversion. Today, 0 for 4.
But they are facing one of the top defenses in the country.
They've got to convert here.
3rd down. A little over a yard to go. It's Hirsch in the backfield. Receivers either side, double wing back set. Hirsch to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Handoff. Hirsch has the first down running to his left. He's across the 35 to the 37, make it the 38-yard line, move the chains. First down, Lancers. And they're going to come quickly to the line of scrimmage. Working a little hurry up now. Takes the snap. Reichen out of the gun. Rolls out. Throws on the move. Caught near midfield. Out of bounds is the receiver. And that is Trey Hansen. Good to see him back in the game.
Yeah, he's been playing well so far today. They had to slide Trevor Fitzgerald into that kind of tight end role, so Hansen has been getting an extended role today with the absence of Rex Reichen.
Clock's still moving. 2:50 and counting. Quarter number 2. Dordt up 14-7. Lancers on the move, operating left to right on your radio dial. Play action. Reichen has time towards the right sideline. Fitzgerald caught it but dropped it at the 37.
Oh, it was beautifully done by the senior wide receiver on the outside. Quarterback threw it short for the back shoulder. He stopped on the dime, was able to make a play on the football, had it perfectly in his chest. It was a great throw and just couldn't hang on. That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, the defender lost track of the ball. He never saw it.
No, that was well done. Just couldn't finish.
Second down and 10. Reichen straightens up. Will send Hirsch to his right side. 2 receivers to the left. 1 out to the right. It's a handoff. Hirsch running to the left. Gets very little. To the 49. Gain of 1. Third down coming up. It'll be 9 yards to go. We're coming up on the 2-minute timeout. Let's see if Mount Marty will even run a play.
Yeah, they don't have to.
They do not have to. 10-second difference between the play clock and where it'll count down to 2 minutes. And Mount Marty, well, they're going to come to the line of scrimmage. 2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Rugby Reichen.
Might just be trying to hard count here.
Trying to draw him offside. We've reached the 2-minute timeout. Quarter number 2. Dordt 14. Mount Marty 7. We'll step aside for 60 seconds right here on KDAM.
Move with Mason Schramm with the Move Group. The home buying process can be complex and overwhelming, and you may feel intimidated by the amount of information you need to learn. But you don't have to go it alone. Trust our professional real estate team to guide you through the process. From negotiating the best price to navigating the paperwork, you can expect help every step of the way. So call me, Mason Schramm, with the Move Group, and make the move with Mason.
Move with Mason.
If you want a job where your work matters, you belong at Avera. Here, we've invested in our workforce because every Avera team member drives our health ministry forward, making a difference in lives and communities every day. We offer competitive pay, great health insurance, and even career opportunities. We're putting people first, including you. Search for local job openings and apply at avera.org/careers.
You're listening to Mount Marty Football, KDAM 94.3 Yankton. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum on a Friday night with college football. The 2-minute timeout, second quarter. Dordt leads Mount Marty 14-7. Lancers on the move, facing 3rd and 9 at their own 49-yard line. Play action. Here comes the pressure. Reichen steps up. He lost the football. Picked up. Dropped by a lineman. There's a scrum at the 47-yard line. Dordt says they have it, and I believe they do.
Fumble on the play.
We'll see here. It's now they're signaling Lancer football.
Lancers save it. And the clock is still running, but Dordt, they've only got one timeout left.
Yeah,
so they got to let the clock run. A big stand there by Dordt defensively.
Oh, wow.
And Mount Marty's got to punt it away.
Yeah, just a tough play there from the quarterback. Nobody hit him. He was just kind of transferring the ball. I think he was trying to bring it in to run it and just lost his grip on the thing. Ended up dropping it, and Lancers were fortunate to fall on it and waste a little more time off the clock.
All right, Finder taking his time. They may just take a delay of game.
Honestly.
Yep. Oh, they're going to snap it with 1 second. A little bit of pressure coming. Finder high, punt down the middle of the field. And Valverde makes a fair catch at the 22-yard line. And the Dordt defenders have a ways to go, actually inside the 22. They're at the 18-yard line. And remember, they had to spend 2 timeouts earlier, so they only got 1 timeout left.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time, but it's still a good situation for Dordt. The only thing you can't do is turn it over. You get the ball first out of the halftime locker room. Got to take care of it. Even if you don't score here, you can still score first out of the locker room and go up 2 possessions. But obviously, the 2-for-1 would be great here. Go up 3 possessions before the Lancers even touch the football again.
See if Dordt plays it safe or they'll take some shots downfield. Pistol formation. 3 receivers now over on the left side. They'll drop back to throw. Cruz under pressure is going to be sacked back at the 10-yard line. First sack of the night. And now for Mount Marty, do they want to call timeout? Clock is stopped, and I believe Mount Marty has spent a timeout. And why not? If you get the sack, stop the clock, and maybe you can get it back. So
no, I think he just pointed towards Dordt.
So Dordt, yes, Dordt spends their final timeout with 54 seconds left. 14-7 the score. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. We'll be back quickly in 30 seconds right here on KDAM.
I love 1919 root beer. It's the best over a big scoop of vanilla ice cream. My favorite is just ice cold 1919 poured over crunchy ice. It's so refreshing. It's the creamiest root beer ever.
1919 root beer is the perfect treat. Brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients. It's the creamiest, full-bodied, alcohol and caffeine-free draft root beer available. It's a taste tradition since, well, 1919.
Back here at Crane-Youngworth Field on a Friday night, college football. Dordt leads Mount Marty 14-7. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. Second down and long coming up for Dordt. They got about 20 yards to go. Let's see if they'll play it safe here. Straight drop back. Cruz rolls out. Now he'll run up the middle. He's got a lot of room. He'll run and get across the 25 to the 26-yard line. He's just shy of the first down marker. And quickly they'll come to the line of scrimmage. They put it down at the 25. 3rd down and 3. Cruz operating in a hurry. 30 seconds left to go. Drops back. He'll scramble again. Running to his right. Now he'll throw, and it's going to be caught across the 35 to the 37-yard line. Stepping out of bounds is Caden Harkin. Well, that was a smart play by Cruz to throw it, get a man out of bounds. It did burn some time, 23 seconds left, but it's a first down for Dordt.
Yeah, tough to not have any timeouts left. If you're able to get a big play over the middle of the field in field goal range, you still got to get down there and spike it or get out of bounds. Options are limited, but there is still time to make something happen.
Stephen Linen, his longest field goal, 45 yards this season. Blitz coming. Cruz stands in the pocket, throws a ball down the sideline. It is going to be tipped away. Was it intercepted? Yes, Oliver with the interception at the 35-yard line.
That's his second of the day. Arthur Oliver, his first start of the season, the junior out of Louisiana. What a welcome to the starting lineup.
But unfortunately for Mount Marty, they've only got 8 seconds to work with and a long way to go. They do have all the 3 timeouts, but that really doesn't matter. The ball's put down at the 36.
Now you get 1, maybe 2 plays if you decide to go for it here. Lancers might just run this football and go into the locker room too. We'll see.
Rugby Riken stands in the shotgun set, has a receiver either side. This looks like a running formation. Play action, throws to the sideline. It's going to be intercepted at the 40-yard line by the Dordt defenders, racing down the sideline and being tackled. And a penalty flag flies around the 30-yard line is Grant Hickson. He gets the pick.
Now this is going to be interesting. The clock is hit 0. But penalties make things interesting.
And there's going to be some players separated here.
We've already seen 1 ejection in this ball game. It's definitely gotten chippy.
But if it's a penalty against Mount Marty, they're the offense.
Will Dordt get an untimed down here to potentially kick a field goal? That's the question.
And it's within their kicker's range.
Yeah, that is a tough interception there on the return. I get what you're trying to do, just make a play with 8 seconds left. But then the penalties, you can't commit those right before halftime.
Because if this is an untimed down, that's going to move the ball potentially inside the 20, maybe the 15, but that's well within range. Personal foul against Mount Marty.
Oh.
But it's on the offense. Remember, the half cannot end on a defensive penalty.
Sure.
Technically, this is an offensive penalty. However, it was on an interception return.
Yeah, this one's weird. Oh, the Lancers are now heading to the locker room.
Lancers are heading to the locker room. So, well, let's hope they don't give them an untimed down because there's nobody on the field. Coach Penner is kind of wanting, hey, they would love an opportunity to either maybe throw the ball in the end zone or kick a field goal. Again, Stephen Leinen, his long on the year is 45 yards. But I believe this half is over.
Yeah, the Lancers are already heading out of here. So they definitely think the half is over. They're already gone.
But the defenders are still on their sideline.
Now they're heading to the locker room.
Yep. It is halftime officially, as it's 14-7 in favor of the Dordt defenders over the Mount Marty Lancers. And we've had a few strange incidents here in this first half, but this is anybody's football game at the moment here on a Friday night at Crane-Youngworth Field. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back, and we'll have the halftime show that's brought to you by Parker Hannafin. Parker of Yankton is excited to announce a generous wage increase for all production positions. Choose your specialty, choose your shift, and enjoy amazing benefits from day one and new increased wages. Learn more at parker.com. Along with Tehl, Tanner, Steve Thum here, back with the halftime show in a couple of minutes right here on 94.3.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
In they come and out they go. That's what's happening at Lewis & Clark Ford with our new 2024 Ford F-150s. I'm Brandon Tykrow. When we get in a newly designed 2024 F-150, they're not sticking around long. Buyers are loving the new engine options, the standard 12-inch display screen, heroic towing capacity, and a packaged version to fit every budget. Stop in and see why the 2024 Ford F-150 is the hottest truck on the market. Lewis & Clark Ford, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
Enjoy some Yankton hospitality at the Fairfield Inn and Suites or the Holiday Inn Express. As the newest hotel in Yankton, the Fairfield offers you a comfortable, relaxing stay in modern rooms. For business travelers, Fairfield is the perfect place to rest after a long day of work or use their meeting room for small meetings. The Holiday Inn Express features large family rooms, hot breakfast, and free happy hour. To get a great rate and flexible reservation changes for either hotel, call the Fairfield or Holiday Inn Express direct.
Looking for an easy way to travel? Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Upcoming Christmas tours include Branson on November 17th to 22nd, features Christmas shows like the Grand Jubilee Buffet Dinner and Show, Showboat Branson Bell Dinner Cruise, and so much more. On December 6th to 8th, it's a musical Christmas in the Twin Cities area featuring the White Christmas and the Chanhassen Dinner Theater and shopping at Mall of America. For more on Foreman Charter Tours, go to foremanbus.com.
We're at halftime here at Crane-Youngworth Field. It is a Friday night, college football in the air, and it has been a bizarre first half in some aspects. The game was pretty quickly moving. We had a long replay where a player was ejected from Mount Marty, and then a penalty at the end of the first half on an interception return. But it is Dordt 14, Mount Marty 7. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. This is the Parker Hannafin halftime show. And Mount Marty started off pretty well. Took the opening drive, got bailed out on a penalty on a punt, and they cashed in by scoring the game's opening touchdown.
Yeah, they did. They were able to get down the field, score that opening touchdown. It was a great route, if you remember, from Trey Hansen, senior wide receiver, going up, out, and up again, dropped his defender in single coverage to the ground, wide open in the end zone for the game's first score. After that, it was 14 points in a row for Dordt. It was Nick Wellen who ran for 5 yards, able to get into the end zone, and a 13-play, 71-yard drive. After that, Dordt drives down the field again, 9 plays, 21 yards. Nick Wellen with the touchdown pass this time finds Caden Harkin for 27 yards. That brings us 14-7. Both teams had opportunities late. Both teams threw interceptions, and we went to the locker room.
Let's check out the game stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top-quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what do the numbers look like?
Yeah, let's talk first downs, and this one's one-sided. Dordt has 12 first downs in this ball game. Lancers have 6. It's been long, sustained drives for the defenders. Passing yards, 96 for Dordt, 66 for Mount Marty. Both teams have been kind of running the ball today. The Lancers have 14 rushing attempts for 37 yards. Dordt, 19 for 100 in the first half for Dordt. Total offense, 26 total plays for Mount Marty for 103 yards. For Dordt, 32 total plays for 204 yards. Third down efficiency. Lancers have not played well on the money down today. 1 of 6 on third down. Dordt, on the other end, is 5 of 7, 71%. The Lancers without Rex Reichen, who I'm pretty sure I can confirm is out for this ball game because I saw him walking around on the near sideline, no pads and crutches.
That is not good.
No, that is not good at all. So that is the Lancers' best offensive weapon is likely out for this game. We'll start talking about some of the individual stats here. Rugby Reichen, the starting quarterback, ended up with 1 touchdown, 1 interception in the first half, 66 total yards, 5 of 12 throwing the football. On the other end, Colton Cruz, 7 of 12 for 69 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Nick Wellen is the guy who threw that touchdown pass, the running back. Threw 1 pass and went for 27 yards to Caden Harkin. The Lancers, it was Trey Hansen who scored that touchdown, again on a 30-yard touchdown. Running the ball, Rugby Reichen has ran it twice for no gain. Kyle Hirsch has 4 for 14. Malachi Hart's 8 running plays for 23 yards. Kyle Hirsch has 2 catches for 23 yards. Trey Hansen has 2 for 40 in that score. Malachi Hart's is 1 for 3. For Dordt, it's 2 rushes for 23 yards. I don't think that is right on the official
that's Valverde.
Score group.
Yeah.
Valverde. They have Hidalgo on that. That is Valverde. And then Cruz has 8 rushing attempts for 45 yards. Nick Wellen has 9 for 40 and that touchdown. Receiving, 1 reception each for these 5 receivers for Dordt. Connor Knuff for 24 yards. Elliot Reel for 14 yards. Cade Rower for 14. Isaac Looker for 10. And Keenan Valverde for -4. And then Caden Harkin has 3 catches for 38 yards in that touchdown.
And we mentioned at the top of the game, Dordt will spread the rock around. They will give a lot of people rushing attempts, and they will give a lot of receivers in and out of that lineup. And like I said, they just don't concentrate on one guy, although Harkin had 10 catches last week, 3 so far tonight. One stat I'm looking at, I think they've got this wrong. They have Mount Marty for no penalties. That can't be right because
that's not right.
They had at least 2 penalties right before halftime here, and of course on the ejection of, we suspect it was Josh Pickthorn.
Yeah, once again, we get no official word up here because the mic in stadium is kind of broken, so we weren't able to confirm that. But what we did see with our own eyes is right after the ejection was said, Josh Pickthorn left the field and walked into the locker room.
Mount Marty has been outgained 2-1, but they're only down by 7 points. I count that as a plus.
That is absolutely a plus, considering what has happened with the Lancers in terms of third down efficiency. After that opening drive to start this game, they just haven't been able to move the ball offensively. They turned it over to end the half, being down 7 points in the locker room. That's a good thing for Mount Marty.
And what's saving them? Their defense with 2 interceptions. And even though they've been out in the field for a long time, Give 32 plays, 16:40 time of possession for Dordt, 26 plays, 13:20 time of possession for Mount Marty. It is the defense that's keeping the Lancers in this game at 14-7. This is the Parker Hannafin halftime show. And I believe we've got an interview. Who do we got?
We spoke with Craig Mock this week. Our own Jeff Erickson spoke with him. He is the Student Success Career Development Advisor. He played here for Mount Marty. He's in the Mount Marty Hall of Fame, and we're talking with him in a couple minutes.
And we'll be back with that interview. It's 14-7, Dordt ahead of Mount Marty. Back with more right here on KDAM.
Sherco's newest wireless remote system, the SureLink, is based on the most advanced industrial Bluetooth technology, delivering greater reliability and range. The Sherco Pro offers Sherco's best-in-class express operation for simple, single-touch operation. Looking for a low-cost option? Then the SureLink EZR remote may be right for you. Give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Pizza Ranch is all about the cookie. This is Mike from Yankton Pizza Ranch. Get ready for our famous family-sized chocolate chip cookie filled with chewy, gooey, chocolatey goodness. And right now, you can feed your group for just $20. Grab our online pizza deal, 2 single-topping medium pizzas, a small cheesy ranch sticks, and a small cactus bread, all for $20. Simply go to pizzaranch.com to order now.
Whoa, that's good.
Quit hitting the snooze button on your new career. Wake up to recently increased wages, day one benefits, and an employer who puts you first. Grind through the workday in your own specialty. Assembler, machine operator, material handler, or line operation tech. Don't mind working nights? Enjoy a pay differential of $235. Choose your shift and enjoy day one benefits. This isn't just a job, it's your future. Join us today. Find more information and apply now at parker.com.
Parker, engineering your success.
All right, back on our halftime show now from Parker Hannafin. We go to our MMU halftime interview from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff now, attorneys at law in Yankton. Our own Jeff Erickson sat down with Craig Mock, the Student Success Career Development Advisor for Mount Marty. We'll go straight to that interview.
I know that you're the Student Success Career Development Advisor. Is that spot on?
That is my title.
But I'm kind of fascinated about everything that you did before that. Now, you're an Illinois guy, right?
Yeah, I grew up in Illinois, graduated from high school in 1984, and just kind of journeyed out west after that, gradually.
Do you still cheer for the Bears?
We are big Bears fans in our house. I grew up watching Walter Payton, who I believe is the greatest football player.
I can't argue with you too much there. I'm a Vikings guy, so Walter destroyed us, but I got his rookie card, and I think he's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, he was fun to watch.
Now you're here in Yankton. Where were you in between Illinois and Yankton?
Well, I graduated, like I said, from high school. I went to junior college, and when I finished junior college, I wanted to go to a small liberal arts school where I could get my teaching degree and continue to play sports, and Yankton fulfilled that wish. And when I completed my time at Mount Marty, I continued in education. I was a teacher for 6 years. I actually came back to Mount Marty in 1995 and was assistant basketball coach with Jim Thorson and obtained my master's degree at USD in educational administration. After my 2 years at Mount Marty as assistant coach and I did a little adjunct instructing, I went out and fulfilled the next 26 years as a high school principal, 5 years at a little kind of a small rural school up in Howard, South Dakota, and then I finished up the last 21 years at Mitchell High School, assistant principal in Mitchell, South Dakota, and I retired, and the position came open here in my alma mater, and it intrigued me, so I looked into it, and that's how I came back to Yankton.
Let's not forget that you are in the Mount Marty Hall of Fame, so that athletic career must have been a pretty good one.
Well, I was fortunate, and when I came to Mount Marty, it's kind of a couple interesting stories. When I came to Mount Marty, our first year of playing college baseball, Riverside Park was being remodeled. So my first year, we didn't get to play at Riverside, so we had to journey every day to Tabor, and we played our first year of college baseball in Tabor. And in my first year, I played both college basketball and baseball. My first year of playing basketball, Laddie Simple was in construction. It was finished halfway through my senior year, so I got to finish my senior year in Laddie Simple. But we had to find places to play then too. We played most of our games at the old Yankton High School, which is now the middle school. But we also had to play in Bonham High School, and we actually played a game in Springfield Prison. Just trying to find places to play, and those are some interesting scenarios to start your career at Mount Marty. But I was fortunate to have some success and played with a lot of good coaches and a lot of good players, and the Yankton community has been a big supporter of Mount Marty even way back then. So yeah, I was fortunate.
We only have a few minutes here this morning, but I bet you've got some great stories.
I have some interesting stories. I was, Bob Tereshinski was his first year being a baseball coach. He started maybe one of the most dynamic athletic collegiate programs in the state of across all sports, and playing for him was a real reward and honor. And of course, just like any other team, there's stories all in the background that we could share at some point.
Craig Mock is our guest. He is the Student Success Career and Development Advisor at Mount Marty. So what does that position mean? What do you do in that capacity?
Well, I have a variety of roles. First of all, I in the student success component, I teach a couple of Gen 102 first-year seminar classes to our incoming freshmen. Therefore, I do advising for about 32 students. We go through a number of things to help them prepare for their first year of college at Mount Marty through student services, skill-type development, whether it's time management, test-taking, note-taking, and things of that nature. And then also in the career development, I've been working with students on their resumes, which has been a real learning experience for me. Obviously being an administrator for 26 years, I've looked through hundreds and hundreds of resumes and been a part of just as many interviews, but it's real interesting to work with the different majors across the board in terms of helping them prepare their important paperwork, such as a resume and letters of application, so they can start their professional career. I also work with students on internships. I'm one of the last people that approves of our students' internships, which I'm learning early on is a very important component for many of our majors, and I'm really seeing how the Yankton community embraces our internships and helping them progress in that academic requirement. And I work with employment opportunities, whether it be a local or national searches and things of that nature. So just in a quick overview, that's kind of some of the things I work with right now.
And as always, you'll find the full version of that interview online at kynt1450.com. My name's Tehl Tanner, here for Mount Marty Football Halftime Show. That from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff. Take a break, come back, we'll keep things rolling.
The Dakota Theater, operated by nonprofit Onward Yankton, is dedicated to providing entertainment and cultural opportunities for all citizens of the greater Yankton region. They believe the arts strengthen our community by inspiring, uniting, and educating children and adults of all backgrounds. The Dakota Theater is in a time of revitalization, including restoration and renovation, technology upgrades, program enhancement, and establishing an endowment to ensure the long-term financial stability of the theater. Please donate at dakotatheater.org. Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. For your convenience, you can call and order curbside pickup or order online at meatlodge.com. The Meat Lodge in Yankton, on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
Hungry for the best chicken wings in town? Then head to Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Whether you're craving mild, hot, or something with a kick, they've got the wings that will keep you coming back for more. They'll have every NFL game on so you won't miss a moment of the action. Grab a cold one, cheer on your favorite team, and enjoy the ultimate game day atmosphere. Wings, football, friends, it's all at Checkers. Open daily for all of your wing cravings. At Triple Time Rudy's, not only do you get top-notch fuel to keep you on the move, but it's a destination for delicious local treats. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. It's your community's pit stop for more than just fuel. Triple Time Rudy's supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers. For all your daily fill-ups and convenience needs, stop by Triple Time Rudy's at 17th and Broadway.
Halftime wrapping up here between Dordt and Mount Marty. Dordt up 14-7 here at the break. This is the Parker Hannafin halftime show along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. And let's check the scoreboard, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you try, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's or on Broadway in Yankton. Tehl, some big action in 11 AA high school football. Yankton just scored. They're up 21-0 on Brookings.
Yeah, they are. They're having a very good game so far. 21-0 over Brookings. We've got our own crew on site. It's 5:55 left to go in quarter number 3. They're up 3 possessions, so Yankton having a very good game. Some of the other out-of-town scoreboards in South Dakota, Class AA. Watertown leads T-Area 12-0. That's a 4-5 matchup. Huron over Aberdeen, 7-0. Number 2, Spearfish over Douglas, 48-0 at halftime. Pierre over Sturgis, 10-7. And Brandon Valley, 47-0 over Mitchell. Let's go to Class 11 AAA. Sioux Falls Lincoln beats Rapid City Central 46-7. Number 1 Harrisburg over number 4 Jefferson 21-14. Roosevelt beats Rapid City Stevens 35-7. Brandon Valley over Mitchell 47-0. And O'Gorman beats Washington 21-7. Nebraska scores. We got to cover some of the area schools that we cover here closely. Hardington Cedar Catholic having a very good game over Ponca, 35-0. They are the number 3 ranked team in the state, taking on number 1 Norfolk Catholic here in 2 weeks, who is currently leading Oakland Craig 27-13. In other schools we cover closely in Nebraska, Hardington, Newcastle, and Crofton. 2 schools that are playing today. We'll give you scores for them. First, Bloomfield beat Niobrara Verdigris 20-16. Looks like Summerland over Laurel Concord Coleridge 59-6. Hardington Newcastle is leading Boyd County halftime 28-8, and Crofton is leading Wausau Osmond going into the fourth quarter 54-0.
And that O'Gorman Washington score, I want to remind people, that is a halftime score with O'Gorman on top of Washington 21-7.
Oh, did I say final? Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Major League Baseball, top of the 6th, 2 outs. Dodgers 1, Padres nothing. And in major college football happening tonight, just a few games. It's Northwestern leading Maryland 17-7. They're near halftime. UNLV up 14-0 in the first quarter over Utah State. Later on tonight, number 16 Utah plays at Arizona State. Those teams now both in the Big 12. Now, here's what we're going to have to start the third quarter of play. This second half brought to you by CoreTrust Bank. Raise your expectations with CoreTrust, member FDIC. The penalty at the end of the second quarter is enforced now. So back at the 20-yard line, Jack Finder's going to have to kick it off from there. Third quarter underway. High end over end kickoff. It'll sail all the way to the 20-yard line. That's where it's collected by Dordt. And returning it, big hit, fumble. Ball's loose on the ground at the 35-yard line. Lancers have it.
Isaac Crownover with the hit. Crownover, a special teams phenom for this Lancer team, a linebacker who is just behind a couple of seniors. The only reason we don't see more of him forcing that fumble.
Thomas McCullough, a backup return man for Dordt, had a decent return going, but he got nailed right around the 35-yard line. He coughed up the football, and the Lancers get the football on the fumble recovery to start quarter number 3, and they have great field position at the 38-yard line of Dordt. 1st and 10. What a way to start the half, but the Lancers got to capitalize. They've got to get points on this drive. Shotgun set. Handoff. Hirsch to the left side has a hole across the 40 to the 35 down to the 31-yard line. Gain of about 7. Hirsch starts the second half. We mentioned Rex Reichen, not in uniform at the moment. Injured in the first half.
An unfortunate sight for the Lancers. They're going to have to go through the rest of this game against the number 5 team in the nation without their ace, their All-American tight end.
Second down and about 3. Lancers operate from right to left on your radio dial. Hirsch in at running back. He'll take the handoff, stutter step up the middle, puts his shoulders down across the 30, gets down to the 27, move the chains. First down, Mount Marty. Lancer football brought to you tonight in part by Avera. Moving health forward, it's Avera. Quickly to the line of scrimmage, hurry up offense. Handoff Hirsch. trapped in the backfield. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. No gain.
Penalty flags down on the near sideline on this one. They let the play go. They didn't call it dead right away, but it was thrown right off the snap.
Mount Marty, a couple of penalties in the first half, but it's offsides defense.
Yeah, when they let the play go, a lot of the time that means it's on the defenders. They did not call this one dead, and it was thrown as soon as the snap went off.
So that'll make it 1st and 5. Ball put down near the 22-yard line. Penalties have hurt Dordt. That's their 7th on the night. And they have 3 turnovers, 2 interceptions, and a fumble lost. Lancers closing in on the red zone. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Reichen, pitch. Hirsch to the left side across the 20, puts his shoulders down, tackled near the 16. Big hit by Hickson in the secondary. But the Lancers are moving the football. Malachi Hart's the normal starting running back, not in the game. So it's Kyle Hirsch in at running back. He'll take the handoff, has a hole. It's closed quickly. He'll get across the 15 to the 13. Got to credit Dordt. There was a big hole, but it closed quickly.
Yeah, their secondary came up to lay the boom, but it was already a first down for the young running back. 1st and 10 Lancers inside of the 15 of Dordt. Dordt turns it over on the kickoff to start this second half. Lancers have a chance to tie the ball game here. Got to cash in the red zone.
Yep, they're at about the 13-yard line, 1st and 10. Hart's in the game at running back. 2 receivers out to the right. Now here comes Fitzgerald in motion. Hart's to the left side, hit right away. Tried to go up the middle, and he'll get nothing at all there. Maybe back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. 2nd down coming up. Mount Marty football tonight brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. 2nd down and 10. Lancers in the red zone. Here at the start of the 3rd quarter. 12 minutes left to go. 14-7, Dordt on top. Double tight end set. Looking to pass. Caught near the 5-yard line and spun out of bounds. Trey Hansen with the catch.
Near that first down marker, it's going to be 3rd down. Got to get that first. First down yardage is going to be around the 3 or 4.
Yep. 7 or 8 yard line. Well, they're going to say he spun out of bounds.
A little back farther than we
a little
thought.
back farther than that. It's still going to be manageable. 3rd down.
About 3.
About 3 yards to go. They're about the 7. They need to get to the 4 for a fresh set of downs. Hart's to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun. Rollout. Reichen looking to the end zone. Fitzgerald was open. It's closed. Throws to the end zone. It is going to be out of bounds. Incomplete.
You had Fitzgerald on the break on the outside. Didn't have him yet. Tries to throw it late, but Fitzgerald had already gone out of bounds. Didn't want to come back and touch that one. So here come the Lancer field goal unit to make it a 4-point game. This is going to be big.
Jace Manker, the holder. Jack Finder, 1 of 3 on the year. He has made it from 35. This will be a 25-yard attempt from the left hash mark. No win tonight. This is a big field goal attempt. Good snap. Brought down. Kick on the way. It is good. And with 11:01 left to go in the 3rd quarter, it's 14-10. Dordt on top of Mount Marty. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
That last drive for the Lancers, 8 plays, 31 yards, 3:59 time of possession. Officially a 24-yard field goal from Jack Finder. It's 14-10. Dordt on top of Mount Marty here. We're in the 3rd quarter. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you along for the ride on a Friday night for college football. Dordt, number 5 in the land. Lancers only down by 4 as they'll kick it off with Jack Finder. High end-over-end kickoff. Sails to the 10-yard line, and it's dropped. Valverde picks it back up, and he's got a hole, and he'll get across the 25 to near the 29-yard line. Big hit there. And Valverde almost had disaster, but he managed to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, he met Crownover again, the guy who forced that last one, able to hold on to the ball.
Crownover has made a number of special teams tackles on the season for the Lancers.
This year and last year. Once again, he's a linebacker that's got a bright future here. The only reason you don't see more of him is because the Lancers are so old at that linebacker position. But next year, you're going to see a lot of that guy.
Shotgun set, option play, Cruz pitches. Valverde tries the left side, turns the corner across the 35, run out of bounds near the 37-yard line. Again, there's so much speed on this Dordt team.
Just short of the first down.
Just short of the first, they mark him out here.
Yeah, they'll give him 8 yards, almost 9 actually on the play. 2nd down and 1 coming up for Dordt. 10.5 minutes left to go in the third quarter. It's 14-10 in favor of Dordt. Defenders trying to march down the field. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 2 backs in the backfield. Cruz rolls out to his right, wants the pass. Now he'll run. He's to midfield, and he'll get out of bounds in Mount Marty territory right around the 45-yard line. A good scramble by Colson Cruz.
Yeah, that's a bad man. He is fast, getting around the outside. If there's nobody on a spy, he's just gone.
If you got to wonder if you're in Dordt athletics, if I'm the track coach, I'm knocking on the door saying, hey, come spring, you can play that spring ball, but we'd like you on the track team too. He is fast. 2 receivers either side, pistol formation, 1st and 10. Play action, Cruz, straight drop back, throws the home run ball down the middle of the field, and it's tapped away incomplete at the 5-yard line, intended for Harkin. And Oliver tapped that one away. Boy, he is playing great tonight.
Oh, man. This is, once again, the first time we've seen him in the starting lineup, and he is just welcome to the GPAC. Arthur Oliver, the whole league is going to know his name after this. This is a great performance.
Yeah, no doubt. 9:28 left, third quarter, 14-10, Dordt on top. Mount Marty football tonight, brought to you in part by Slowey Management. Call the Fairfield Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton direct. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes. 2nd down and 10. Running play, that's up the middle. Penalty flag down, and the running back still going, and that's Dickerson. The running back, he's still on his feet, a big scrum, and boy, there's extracurricular activities. Penalty flag down at the 28-yard or at the 33-yard line. Credit a great run by the backup running back, Daniel Dickerson.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of penalty yardage here. The second flag thrown is absolutely going to be unsportsmanlike or personal foul on the offense on that kind of late throwdown that was right toward us on the near sideline, perfect view. And then however, the first flag is going to be interesting. We might see offsetting. We might see 2 on the offense. One of them is for sure on Dordt. The second one is interesting.
Randy Hagedorn says personal foul against the offense. Personal foul against the defense. Offsetting penalties. The play will stand.
I think they...
But they moved the ball back to the 45-yard line.
Wish we had a mic on that guy.
Interesting. Because that play went all the way down to the 33. Unless somehow they said the play ended earlier. We're a little confused up here, but it's still Dordt football. 2nd down.
Well, the Lancer crowd is fired up after that late hit for sure.
2nd and 10. Blitz coming up the middle. Welland hit at the line of scrimmage, tackled, got a yard, and that's all. Wilson was in on the play.
Yeah, David Wilson, again, he's been good today. His 2nd tackle for loss. Or excuse me, no, they did get a yard out of that one, but he had 1 earlier today. He's got 5 on the season, 25 tackles coming into today, and he's missed time to injury. Very good junior.
Fans making some noise. Dordt brought a good crowd. They're making noise on the far side of the field as well. Big 3rd down and 9. Straight drop back. Pressure coming. Cruz eludes one man, runs to his left. Looking to throw, loads up, throws. Incomplete at the 45-yard line.
Pass is incomplete.
Well, there were 2 blue jerseys there and no white jerseys, and that was lucky it wasn't intercepted. I think he was throwing to Harkin, but that pass was off target, and the 2 closest players there were Lancer defenders, right around the 35-yard line, so it's incomplete. Punting situation. Here comes Blade Coons. He'll stand around his own 42-yard line to punt it away. Gaetani back at his own 10. 8:17 left, 3rd quarter. Dordt up by 4. Snap on target, not much pressure. It's a high kick, sailing towards the end zone. Fair catch at the 7. That was a smart play by Gaetani because the special teams unit was down there in a hurry for Dordt.
Yeah, they've already pinned the Lancers once on the 1-yard line. He didn't want to risk it happening again. Lancers have a long field to go, but if they're able to get down, score some points, they could take a lead. First lead they've had since the opening drive.
1,271. That's the attendance here tonight at Crane-Youngworth Field for Friday night in college football. It's 14-10. Dordt ahead of Mount Marty. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner.
Yeah, you mentioned the attendance. Through the first 4 years of this Lancer history, they have been either at the top or near the top of attendance every year in the GPAC.
Yep. And for a new program, that just says something about how this community has supported this program, starting from the ground up. No wins its first year, 3 wins in their second and third year. They've got 4 wins coming into tonight. Program taking steps in the right direction. Out of the shotgun set. Pitch, Hirsch to the right side across the 10. He'll get to near the 13-yard line. Decent gain of 6 on first down. Mount Marty football tonight brought to you by the Meat Lodge. Want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Reichen dropping back, slips from a man, throws on the run in the middle of the field, incomplete as he was nearly sacked at the 22-yard line. Vigans was the intended receiver, incomplete, and Rugby Reichen did a good job to avoid a big loss.
Yeah, he was lucky to get out of that one, showed the skills, able to move in the pocket, showing the awareness, able to get out of that sack and just get rid of the football.
3rd down and about 4 coming up for Mount Marty. They operate right to left on your radio dial. They're at the 13-yard line. They need to get to the 17 for a first down. Hirsch deep in the pistol formation behind his quarterback. Run from the right hash mark. Handoff. Hirsch, stutter step. He won't get the first down, only to the 15-yard line. 4th down coming up.
About a yard shy. Lancers are going to have to punt here. You cannot go for this inside of your own 20-yard line. It's 4th and 1. But
no,
I don't know.
You got to punt it away, especially against this
Especially
defense, one of the top in the country.
And the way your defense is playing.
Yep, we're at a 14-10 game, 7-10 and counting, 3rd quarter. Dordt on top. Finder stands about his own 2-yard line to punt this ball away. Taking his time. He's still got 12 on the play clock. On target. Here comes the pressure. Kick, kind of short, and might have been partially blocked. It goes out of bounds near the 30-yard line. So here's an opportunity for Dordt with the short field.
Yeah, not sure if that was just a shank or if somebody got a hand on it. Either way, Dordt is going to be inside of the Lancer 30-yard line starting this drive. The Lancer defense was able to hold, get off the field, and now they're right back out there, and it's a short field for the defenders.
28-yard line. That's where the referee puts the ball down. 1st and 10, Dordt.
Talk about perfect football against a top 5 team in the nation. When you're in the back end of the 3rd quarter, a punt like that can hurt. Dordt trying to cash in now.
Pistol formation, receivers either side. Here comes a man in motion. And there's penalty flags down. This play's blown dead. Dordt has been penalized a number of times tonight for false starts, and they're backing up.
Yeah,
and the official's going to back them up.
Oof. Another one. That'll be number 8, I believe, of the evening for Dordt. Now, the penalty yardage has not been egregious. That'll only be 37 yards of penalties in the ball game, but the number of penalties is is astounding right now.
1st and 15. Here comes Harkin in motion from right to left. Handoff, Wellen up the middle, has a big hole, burst to the outside to the right side. He's at the 20, the 15, shrugs a man, he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Dordt. What a run by Nick Wellen. And time after time, Dordt has overcome penalty yardage.
Yeah, they've had a lot of penalties, but they haven't mattered in this ball game for Dordt. They've been able to overcome them, as you said. They've been backed up deep in their own territory. There was a 1st and 23, I believe, and then it was 2nd and 4 right after that. Like, that has been the type of game Dordt has put together offensively.
Stephen Leinen coming in to try the point after kick at the 6:37 mark. Now the hold of Blake Coons. It is on the way. It has the distance. It is good. 21-10. Dordt on top of Mount Marty. 6:37 left to go. Third quarter, back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on 94.3.
Taylor is not great at making decisions.
Please do not ever ask me to pick what to watch on Netflix.
Which is why she likes Runza.
Oh yeah, I like my golden hot crinkle fries, I like my homemade onion rings, and frings, which is when you get both together.
No tough decisions there. Now, do you dip them in ketchup or our homemade ranch?
How could you do this to me?
Sorry. Come get our famous fries, onion rings, or both today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
One play, 33-yard run by Nick Wellen makes it 21-10 in favor of Dordt over Mount Marty. 6:37 left to go, third quarter of play. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here under the lights on a Friday night for college football. Leinen to kick it off. High end-over-end kick down the middle of the field. It will sail to the end zone and bounce in there for a touchback. Mount Marty football on the night brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. Well, after giving up the touchdown, important here for Mount Marty to come down the field and get some points. They got a field goal earlier after a turnover. They forced, by my count, 3 of them on the night. A couple of interceptions, a fumble recovery, but they're down by 11. Well, there's a lot of time left in this one. Shotgun set, Hirsch to the left of his quarterback. Option play, Hirsch to the left side, to the 25, to the 30, and he's forced out of bounds just across the 30 at the 32-yard line, I believe.
We got an offensive lineman down for the Lancers.
And the Lancers down a couple of key players, and I think that's Whittingham. And remember, he came into this game a little bit banged up. It was a game-time decision. And Riken standing by him. Now he's going to go over and talk to John Micheletti here. And let's hope he's okay. We have seen this a few times this year where Whittingham's gotten shaken up. Good news, he is jogging off the field under his own power.
Yeah, he was not healthy coming into today. It was a game-time decision for this ball game. They gave him the green light to go ahead and play, but obviously didn't have a good feeling on that play. Luckily, the Lancers do get the bye next week, so hopefully him and maybe Rex Riken and some of these other guys that have gotten shaken up are going to be able to return. Once again, Riken standing on the near sideline, no pads, crutches.
2nd down and 3. Fitzgerald in motion from right to left. 2 receivers on the right-hand side. Again, the pitch play to Hirsch to the 35. He's tripped up near the 37. That'll move the chains, the first down for Mount Marty. They found a little play there, but can't run that play every single time, not against this defense.
Now, Dordt will start wisening up to it, but then it opens up other things if they start over-pursuing.
Tight formation, receivers either side. Dordt showing blitz. Riken looks to the sideline now. 5:45 and counting, third quarter. Dordt up 21-10. Pistol formation. Quick pass on the left side, caught. Hansen makes a move at the 45 to midfield, tackled at the 49. First down, Mount Marty on a nice little spin move to get away from that initial defender.
Trey Hansen's 4th catch of the ball game. He has about 60 yards receiving and a touchdown.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage. Hirsch up the middle, stutter step, follows his blockers and gets to cross the 45 to the 44, gain of 5. Kyle Hirsch getting a lot of carries tonight, and he has been effective. Second down and 5. 2 receivers either side. Hirsch to the left. Now he'll leave the backfield. Screen pass. Hirsch to the 45. Gets a block. To the 40. Gets out of bounds across the 40 near the 38-yard line. Some good blocking out on the perimeter. And let's see, will they give him the first down? Yes. From the 38-yard line of Dordt, Mount Marty on the move. 1st and 10. 4:30 and counting here in the third quarter. Dordt is up 21-10. Lancers on the move. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Shotgun set. Fake. Reichen, quarterback keeper, goes nowhere, loses a yard.
Yeah, Dordt had the read option really well covered there. Lose a yard at 2nd and 11, maybe 12 here.
Mount Marty football tonight brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Mount Marty down by 11. They'll send 3 men out to the right side. Now here comes Heath in motion from right to left. Pistol formation, play action. Reichen to the left sideline, too high, incomplete at the 25-yard line, intended for Hansen.
Yeah, had Hansen down the field, just put it over his head. 3rd and long for the Lancers now.
And from the 40-yard line, got to make something happen here. And you kind of wonder if this 4-down territory, if they can get close. Reichen staring at the near sideline, gets the play. He'll send out 3 men to the right side, 1 on the left. Now Hansen clears out, empty backfield. They try the screen pass, and he swarmed under, 3-yard loss. Dordt had that one well played. They knew it was coming. And here comes the punting team.
Yeah, you mentioned going for it on 4th down. That will about eliminate any chance you had of doing that. The backwards, 2 different times you go backwards in 3 plays. Backwards, incompletion, backwards, now you punt.
Jack Finder standing at his own 42-yard line. That's Valverde standing at his own 10 to receive the punt. 3 minutes left to go in the third quarter. High snap brought down. Kick is away, and they'll let it bounce. And it will roll inside the 10, inside the 5, down to the 1-yard line. What a fine punt by Jack Finder. Valverde had to let it bounce in front of him. Didn't really have a chance to make a play to run up and make a fair catch. And now it's Dordt's offense in the shadow of their own goalpost with 2:45 left here in the third quarter.
That is the 2nd time in this ball game a team has been backed up on that exact spot. It was this sideline, or this side of the field, the Lancers were backed up on. They were back at their own 1-yard line right here. Great punt from their kicker. Lancers get a good punt from their kicker. It's been good play from both of these teams today, especially defensively.
Yep, the Lancer defense doing everything they can to hold down this high-flying offense of Dordt. And now they got him backed up at their own 1-yard line. Pistol formation. Handoff. Wellen up the middle. He doesn't get much stuff near the line of scrimmage. No gain.
Lancers are hoping to get 2 points on the board here, obviously. When you back them up inside their own 1-yard line, you got a chance of getting 2 in the ball back.
Well, the minimum objective here for the Lancer defense, force a 3 and out.
Easy.
You want them to punt from their own end zone. 2nd down and 10. Pistol formation. Cruz drops back. Wants to throw. Rolls out to his right. being pursued. Throws on the run, incomplete, just threw it out of bounds.
Now here's that third down play that we've been talking about all game long. Dordt is very effective on third down today. A little bit of struggle in the third quarter, but they are 5 of 8 in the ball game. At halftime, they were 5 of 7. Only one miss since the locker room.
2:03 left. Third down and 10 from their own 1-yard line. The Dordt defenders on offense, they want to move the chains. Lancers need to stop them here. They're lined up in the end zone in the pistol formation. Colson Cruz looks to the sidelines, and they're going to call a timeout. Little confusion there, and Dordt has to spend their first timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. It's being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Back in just 30 seconds on 94.3.
When the leaves start to fall and the air turns crisp, there's only one beer to reach for, Shiner Oktoberfest. Brewed in the heart of Texas, the Marzen-style beer is packed with caramel malts and a hint of hops for that smooth, toasty flavor perfect for cooler nights. Whether enjoying the changing colors or gathering around the fire with friends, Shiner Oktoberfest is your perfect companion for fall weather. So raise a glass and enjoy the season with Shiner Oktoberfest.
2:03 left to go. Third quarter of play. Dordt 21, Mount Marty 10. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Friday night college football. Dordt just spent their first time out of the second half on 3rd and 10 from their own 1-yard line. Dordt wants to move the chains. Lancers trying to stop them. Welland stands behind his quarterback deep in the end zone in the pistol formation. Receivers either side. Cruz sends a man in motion from right to left. Handoff, Welland up the middle, fumbles the football. There's a pile up in the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty! I think it was Gabe Baptista. He recovers the football. Welland fumbles. And the Lancers got the best possible outcome. And they're going to
21-16, Lancers.
They're going to go for one here. Finder is out on the field to try the PAT. I thought for a moment
that'll keep it at 1 point. But either way, a great play for the Lancers, able to get it back in one possession.
What a play by the Lancer defense. Snap on target. Kick on the way is good. 1:55 left, third quarter of play. 21-17. Dordt on top of Mount Marty, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on 94.3.
Make the move with Mason and the Move Group. The home buying process can be complex and overwhelming, and you may feel intimidated by the amount of information you need to learn. But you don't have to go it alone. Trust our professional real estate team to guide you through the process. From negotiating the best price to navigating the paperwork, you can expect help every step of the way. So call me, Mason Schramm, with the Move Group, and make the move with Mason.
The Lancer defense scores again. On the season, they have a couple of pick sixes, a pick 2, and now a fumble recovery in the end zone for a touchdown. Gabe Baptista recovers it in the end zone. The point after kick was good. And with 1:55 left to go in the third quarter, it's a whole new ball game. 21-17, Dordt on top of Mount Marty.
Now, Lancers elect not to chase the points there. We've still got plenty of game left, almost 17 minutes of game time left, so they decide to wait to do that 2-point conversion. If they went for 2 and get it there, they'd make it a 3-point game, but they wanted to wait to save that.
Valverde collects the kickoff at the 10-yard line, races up the middle of the field. He has a hole, slips from a one tackler. One man to beat, but he's tackled. Another fumble! Who's got it at the midfield stripe? It looks like Mount Marty's got it. And they do! And there's a scrum after the play. And let's see who recovered that for Mount Marty. That was Devin Myas, special teams player.
One of their junior defensive backs, the Lancers, winning the turnover battle by a massive margin right at the moment. Fumbles, interceptions, 2 fumbles, 2 interceptions. The Lancers defense and special teams are playing out of their mind tonight.
Let's harken back to last week. What did in Northwestern at home against Concordia? Turnovers. Right now, the number 5 team is back on their heels. They've still got a lead, but we've got 1:43 left to go here in the third quarter. A lot of football to play. Momentum. That pendulum is on the side of Mount Marty. It has swung in their direction. They recovered another fumble, this one at the midfield stripe. Their offense back on the field. 1st and 10. 2 receivers to the right. 1 out to the left. Riken is going to change things up. He's got plenty of time, 18 on the play clock, so they don't have to rush this. They can take their time and get organized. Riken still looking for a play. He's got 10 seconds. Now he'll set him down. Handoff. Hirsch, big hole, right side, cuts back to the middle of the field, and he'll get about 3 yards. 2nd down coming up. What a game we are having here tonight at Crane-Youngworth. The only GPAC game on a Friday night, and it has been a dandy so far. 2nd down and 7 coming up. Hansen trots out to the right side. 2 receivers over on the left side. Shotgun set. Hirsch to the left of his quarterback. Play action. Riken pump fakes. Under pressure. He's just got to throw it away. Incomplete. That might be grounding. There was a receiver there, but the referee's going to look. He's reaching for his flag. Nope. There was a receiver out there. That was almost intentional grounding. It's an incompletion. 3rd down and 7 coming up. Rugby Riken a little bit shaken up on the play.
Yeah, the quarterback took a bit of a hit on that one. Now it's 3rd down. This Dordt defense has been extremely effective in this second half, really since that opening drive.
Yeah, Mount Marty on the night, 1 of 9 on 3rd downs. They've got 7 yards to go here. Pistol formation, play action. Riken under pressure, he's sacked. Back at the 44-yard line. Making that play was Zach Queering, the backup defensive end, a freshman out of Bradshaw, Nebraska. And what a job by Dordt defensively. After the turnover, they force the Lancers to a 3-and-out. 40 seconds and counting here in the third quarter. Finder will punt it. Valverde standing at his own 20. 10 on the play clock. Well, Marty getting things lined up. 5 on the play clock. Here they go with the punt. Got it off with just 1 second left. A good punt. Valverde races to his right, lets it bounce in front of him at the 20. It takes a Mount Marty bounce inside the 15, down to the 11-yard line, and that's where Dordt will have it 1st and 10 with just 8 seconds left to go here in the third quarter. What a third quarter it has been.
What a second quarter it was. For that matter, what a first quarter. This has been an extremely wild ball game. There's been turnovers. There's been weird penalties on both sides. And there's been some incredibly on-point defensive play.
1st and 10. Shotgun set. Cruz at quarterback. He'll hand off. Wellen up the middle, bounces to the left side, has a hole. He's across the 15, gets to the 19-yard line, and that will end the third quarter of play. Dordt leads Mount Marty 21-17. Back for the final stanza in 1 minute right here on KDAM Yankton 94.3.
Hello. Here's to welcoming moments, big and small, embracing the unexpected, savoring life. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, ready for anything. We listen to your goals and help you achieve them with care and coverage. We'll move you forward through sickness and health and every milestone in between. Avera, moving health forward. Learn more at avera.org/forward.
I love 1919 root beer. It's the best over a big scoop of vanilla ice cream. My favorite is just ice cold 1919 poured over crunchy ice. It's so refreshing. It's the creamiest root beer ever.
1919 root beer is the perfect treat. Brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients. It's the creamiest, full-bodied, alcohol and caffeine-free draft root beer available. It's a taste tradition since, well, 1919.
Starting the fourth quarter of play, along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. It's Dordt 21, Mount Marty 17 here at Crane-Youngworth Field in Yankton. A gorgeous, cool evening here in Yankton as we start the fourth quarter of play. 61 degrees at the moment. Here comes Beal in motion from left to right. Handoff, Wellen up the middle. He'll get across the 20 to near the 21. Should have enough for a first down, and they will move the chains. Mount Marty has played a good game, but they are 1 of 10 on third downs tonight. That's really the big stat in the game, along with the turnovers.
Yeah, Dordt's defense has just been phenomenal. Even the last couple of points, the Lancers were able to get 3, and that was off a turnover. They were able to get the ball back on Dordt's side of the field. They were stopped short of the end zone, kicked the field goal. The next one was a defensive score to make it 21-17.
Screen pass out to Wellen, right side. He's down the sideline, steps out of bounds across the 30. Let's see where they're going to put him out at the 33. That's a gain of about a dozen. Move the chains. First down, defenders.
Well, once again, the defender defense has been phenomenal. Since that opening drive when they they got off the field. A penalty kept the Lancers in play. They were able to go down the field and score. Since then, they have not allowed the Lancers to drive down the field at all.
From their own 34-yard line, first down and 10, pistol formation, handoff, Wellen up the middle, across the 40 to the 45, across midfield, still on his feet, eludes a couple of tacklers. He's down at the 30, down at the 20, and finally pulled down inside the 10-yard line. Oh my goodness, what a power run. That fires up the far sideline, and they're going to say his knee hit down actually at the 14-yard line. But what a gain on that play. And that just flipped the field.
Completely. I think the defenders are getting sick of Yankton. They're trying to go up multiple scores here in the fourth.
Mount Marty's defense on their heels. First and 10, defenders at the 14-yard line of the Lancers. Wellen again. He'll get about a yard, maybe 2, running to the right side, and that's it. David Wilson wraps him up.
Wilson with the tackle.
Important here, now that Dordt's in the red zone for the Lancers, they want to hold him to at least a field goal attempt. Wellen checks out.
Once again, this is a 4-point game, 21-17. You hold to a field goal, you're still within 7. Gotta hold.
Easier said than done against this offense, which scores 41 a game. Dickerson in the backfield. And it's going to be a swing pass. Dickerson to the left side. He's running out of real estate. Turned the corner a little bit. Maybe got a few yards on the play, down to about the 11-yard line. 12-10 and counting, fourth quarter. Dordt up 21-17. Lancer defense trying to hold in the red zone. Third down. About 6 yards, or trying to catch about 6 yards to go. They got to get down to the 4. Actually closer to 7 yards to go. They're at the 11-yard line. Pistol formation. Straight drop back. Cruz looking, throws, screen pass behind the running back. He catches it at the 10 to the 5. Touchdown. Dickerson.
Not sure what happened there for the Lancer defense. Gabe Baptista was in perfect position to make that tackle. I think he just might have stumbled as he was going for the ball carrier, fell at his feet, and just goes straight into the end zone. Dordt goes up 2 possessions in the fourth.
That was a big run, or a big catch, by Daniel Dickerson. And now here comes the extra point attempt by Stephen Leinen. Snap, down, kick, on the way. Good. 11:37 left to go in regulation. 28-17. Dordt on top of Mount Marty, back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KDAM.
Imagine paid vacation, sick leave, holidays, and full medical coverage the moment you start a new job. Plus quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a company-paid retirement plan. Your first day on the job. With Parker of Yankton, you don't have to imagine, because all these benefits begin day one. We are hiring assemblers, machine operators, material handlers, and line operation techs for both shifts. Don't mind working nights? Enjoy a pay differential of $235. If you're looking to upgrade your career and have day one benefits, apply today at parker.com.
Parker, engineering your success.
That last drive for Dordt, 7 plays, 89 yards, 3:31 time of possession. And now the defenders are up 28-17 here in the fourth quarter with 11:37 left to go. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Big play by Dordt. And that was a big 52-yard run by Nick Wellen that changed everything. And here's a return by Mount Marty, the first time they've actually returned one. And that will be Trey Hansen running to his left, and he'll get across the 25-yard line before he's run out of bounds.
Update on the out-of-town scoreboard here for Yankton High School. They do defeat Brookings. We were giving updates on that one. It ended up being 24-7 final. Yankton defense had 5 sacks and 4 turnovers. Evan Sirk, their running back, ran for 182 yards. Good win for Yankton.
Yep, that's on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. And here it's Mount Marty, 1st and 10. Ball right at the 25-yard line. They're operating left to right on your radio dial. Shotgun set. Handoff. It's going to be Hirsch trying the right side. Has a hole across the 30, across the 35. Stays on his feet to the 40. He's down at the 45-yard line. What a run by Kyle Hirsch. His best game of the season so far.
Yeah, you got to love what you're seeing from this young player. He just has so much heart. He runs so hard. You got to love watching it.
Freshman out of Gayville, South Dakota. Earlier I said Daniel Dickerson. I mistakenly said he was from Jackson, Massachusetts. He's actually from Jackson, Missouri. Want to correct the record on that. 1st down and 10. And here comes Hirsch running to the left side, trying to get to the sideline. A play is strung out. He's going to lose a couple of yards on the play. 10:45 and counting. Mount Marty football tonight brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC. Lancers have played a stellar game. Whittingham back in there on that offensive line at the right tackle position. He was shaken up earlier. 2 receivers either side. Now the empty backfield. Straight drop back, play action, pump fake. Now the throw over the middle, tipped in, incomplete. And that was the backup linebacker.
No, that's the starting
linebacker.
Middle.
That's right,
McDonald.
Ian McDonald. I thought that was Trevor Wieringa for a moment, but that is McDonald. They wear similar numbers. McDonald, a senior out of Edmond, Oklahoma. He is a standout player, and he tapped that one away.
Yeah, Dort's got a couple of those standouts. That defense is loaded this year.
3rd down and about 12. Lancers need to pick one up here. They are 1 of 10 on the night on 3rd downs. They're only down by 11. That's 2 scores. 10:05 left to go in regulation. Pistol formation, straight drop back. Riken looking to his right. Now he'll scramble to his right. He'll tuck and run to the 45 to midfield. Dives forward to the 45-yard line. He's got the 1st down.
Good scramble from the young quarterback. He found some open grass to the right side of the line, able to take off, had plenty of time, was able to get their 1st and 10 Lancers in defender territory. Now you got to cash in. Under 10 to play in the ballgame.
And they'll go quickly to the line of scrimmage. Quick pitch, right side. Hirsch spins across the 40, gets to the 39-yard line, gain of 5. Mount Marty football on the night brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 2nd and 5 coming up. Lancers will look to the sideline to get a play. We'll give you an update in a little bit here on the baseball game between the Dodgers and the Padres. They are late in the night out at Chavez Ravine. Out of the shotgun, straight drop back. Reichen has time. Now he'll scramble, throws on the move, tipped, picked off at the 35-yard line. It went over the head of his receiver, Hirsch, and was intercepted by Dordt.
Yeah, mix up by both the quarterback and the receiver there, overthrown by Reichen, but then Hirsch does the one thing you cannot do, and that is bat it in the air instead of trying to let it go. Batted it up in the air, and Dordt takes it back.
Colson Queering with the interception, the sophomore linebacker, on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. They're in the bottom of the 8th. Dodgers up 2-0 on San Diego. That is a Game 5. Whoever wins that moves on to the NLCS. And a shaken-up player, and that was Vegans, who will come to the sideline. So he was shaken up trying to tackle the intercepting player for Dordt. Now for Dordt, this is a chance for them to put this game away. 9:05 left, fourth quarter. Dordt up 28-17. They have the ball at their own 41-yard line, 1st and 10. They operate right to left on your radio dial. Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Here comes Harkin in motion. Handoff, Wellen up the middle, crashes into the line, pushes forward, and he'll get to the 45, gain of 4.
Looks like about a gain of 4, second down.
Second down and 4 coming up, and no doubt Dordt would like to take a lot of time off that play clock.
Clock is the friend of the defenders. 28-17, they lead by 11. Yankton has given them a massive scare today, and they still have a chance of coming back. Dordt needs a long, sustained drive here.
Marty digs in on 2nd down and 4. They got 5 men on that line, 2 men in the backfield with the quarterback. Wellen up the middle, drags a defender across midfield, move the chains, and he'll have the first down at the Lancer 48-yard line.
Talking game situation and how Dordt is able to take some time off the clock here. The clock's about to tick under 8 minutes to go. 28-17, they lead. A long drive here, taking multiple minutes off the clock that ends in points. Could about put a bow on this one. Mount Marty has to get a defensive stand.
They have forced 4 turnovers on the night, 2 interceptions, 2 fumble recoveries. Lancer defense needs to dig in on 1st and 10. Pistol formation. They'll keep it on the ground with Valverde. Bounces to the right side, trying to turn the corner. He does. He'll get out of bounds, but across the 40, and he'll step out at the 38. That's still a pretty good gain on 1st down. But they're going to move the chains. They're going to give him the full 10 yards. I thought he might have been a yard short, but it's a 10-yard gain. And you start to look at the Lancer defense. A few hands on hips out there.
They've been on the field a long time tonight.
And the time of possession kind of it's misleading because of all the penalties and the extra time taken up. Handoff, Valverde bounces to the left side, wants to turn the corner, has to circle back. He is pushed out of bounds across the 40-yard line, but a penalty flag is down after the play. And no doubt this one's going to go against Mount Marty.
Absolutely. Another one on Mount Marty. They've had a couple of bad ones tonight. Both teams had. Neither team has kept it clean down the stretch. This has been a chippy game. There have been players having to be separated by officials. There have been a lot of jawing at each other on both sidelines. It has been.
And I remember back to the inaugural season, it was a big win by Dordt, and there was a lot of jawboning in that game as well, and the score wasn't even close. There's just been, a lot of high emotions every time these teams have stepped on the field. 15-yard walk-off here against Mount Marty after the play. Puts the ball inside the 30 at the 28-yard line. 1st and 10, Dordt. 6:45 on the clock. Fourth quarter, 28-17, Dordt on top. That's our score. And we have a stoppage here for something. One of the Dordt players was signaling maybe equipment repair, but they're going to wind the clock.
Yeah, not sure, but the clock stays rolling. Dordt breaks the huddle, and here we go.
From the left hash mark, 1st and 10, double tight end set for Dordt, pistol formation, play action. Cruz throws to the right side to the end zone, high arcing pass. It is going to be caught for a touchdown by Harkin. There was extra correct, or the little
Ruled
bumping
out.
down there.
Ruled out.
Oh, he's incomplete. He's out of bounds. Oh, he caught the ball. It looked like it was a touchdown, but it's incomplete. There was some contact down there before the ball arrived, but both players were looking back towards the incoming ball, so it was incidental contact, no flag, incomplete. Harkin almost caught another touchdown pass.
Yeah, that was close. Just couldn't quite get a foot in bounds there.
6:16 on the clock. 2nd down and 10. Pistol formation. Here comes Harkin in motion. Welling up the middle. No, it's an option play. They'll pitch it to Harkin. He's across the 20 to the 10. Dives down inside the 5, but he stepped out of bounds near where? The 4-yard line. It'll be a first down nonetheless. This time you had a pitch play to a wide receiver who was coming in motion and then went back. They faked the dive to Welling up the middle and ran the option play to the right side. It worked. Now it's 1st and goal, and Dordt has a chance here with 5:40 and counting to put this one away. They are in the red zone. They're at the 3-yard line. 1st and goal. 2 men in the backfield. Here comes a man in motion. It's Beal. A handoff, Dickerson into the end zone. Daniel Dickerson, another touchdown for Dordt. And the clock still moving. It doesn't stop.
They'll fix that. They'll fix that.
It's
going to be about 5:25 on the clock.
Yep,
with a 34-17 ball game, extra point incoming. Dordt just
did what they needed to do.
Kind of might have slammed the door on the Lancers there. Mount Marty has played incredible today. We'll see if they're able to get the offense rolling, maybe get back into this ball game on the ensuing possession. They've got to get down the field quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Point after kick is on the way. It is good. There's 5:19 on the clock, 35-17. Dordt on top of Mount Marty. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Well, that scoring drive, 7 plays, 59 yards, 3:48 time of possession. Daniel Dickerson from 3 yards out runs it in. And Dordt, the number 5 team in the country, comfortably in front. 35-17 with 5:19 on the clock. A few seconds did tick off the clock there after that touchdown was scored. But at this point, I don't know if those few extra seconds will matter or not. You never know. Here's the high end over end kickoff, a fair catch called for at the 5-yard line by Trey Hansen. That'll move it to the 25.
Lancer football,
Mount Marty football tonight, brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com.
Back up on the mound at Simple Arena, it's Lancer volleyball. Hope to have you there on
1st and 10, Lancers down by a bunch. They're at their own 25-yard line. Put Vegans in motion from left to right. Pitch. It's to Hirsch to the 25. Puts his shoulders down. Hit hard near the 30. They've run that pitch play a number of times tonight. It has been successful. But Dordt slowly getting better at shutting that one down.
Lancers got to get down the field and score here. Down 35-17, down 18 points here in that fourth quarter. 5 minutes to go. Dordt, an incredible fourth quarter, putting up 14 points in the fourth. This was a 4-point game entering the quarter.
Rugby Reichen, the quarterback keeper, sifts through the traffic, and he'll have a first down at the 37-yard line. First down, Mount Marty, and they're going to quickly come to the line of scrimmage. Remember, Rex Reichen injured, not in the game. Out of the shotgun, roll out to the right, quick pass, caught. Hansen tried to get to the middle of the field across the 45, and they'll say he stepped out at the 46.
About a yard shy, yard and a half. See if the Lancers can convert here.
Second down and 2 coming up. Coming up on the 4-minute mark here in the fourth quarter. 35-17 the score. Dordt on top of the Lancers. They'll look to the sideline for a play. And Reichen will set him down. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Play action, looking, pressured, throws down the right sideline, tapped away, incomplete at the 25-yard line. Hansen, the receiver, that's who it was intended for. It looks like Grant Hickson was the man who tapped it away.
Hansen got up a little slowly off of that one. His coaches motion him to get off the field. They'll replace him here. He's been banged up a couple times today. They don't want to risk him at this point.
Yeah, Justin Ogle. No, that's Jackson Wachholtz into the game now, the sophomore out of Pierce, Nebraska. He and Heath over on the right side. 2 receivers over on the left side. Heath goes in motion from right to left. Shotgun set on 3rd down and 2. Hirsch on the run, up the middle, has a big hole across midfield. He'll dive ahead to the 45-yard line. Move the chains, first down, Lancers. 3:30 and counting. Lancers do have all 3 timeouts left if they need them. They're in Dordt territory at the 45-yard line. 2 receivers either side. Reichen wants to throw. Pressured. Rolls out. Being chased. Throws on the run. Out of bounds. Incomplete.
Pass is incomplete.
Heavy pressure being applied by Tyler Wieringa, the junior linebacker out of Sioux Center. 2nd and 10 coming up. Clock stops at 3:13 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Don't forget, we'll have the Aztec post-game show coming up at the conclusion of this game. 2nd down, blitz coming. Here's a pressure on Reichen. He gets out of trouble back at his own 40, and now he'll tuck and run to the 45, the 40, and he's still on his feet and dives ahead. And he's at the out of bounds or near out of bounds on the far side of the field at the 36-yard line, shy of the first down marker.
Yeah, he's still fighting, putting his body on the line here, trying to get these extra yardage situations. It'll bring up 3rd down for the Lancers. They're in Dordt side of the field, but clock is still ticking. It's under 2:40 to go.
Yep, they're at the 37-yard line. 3rd down and 2 coming up. Hirsch to the left of his quarterback, handoff, runs to the right, has a first down across the 30. Near the 25 is where he's tackled. Move the chains, first down Mount Marty. Boy, Hirsch has been out there a lot. Malachi Hartz has been quite absent. Don't know if he got shaken up or not, but they're rolling with Kyle Hirsch tonight. Quickly to the line of scrimmage in the shotgun set. Play action, pump fake, down the right sideline, incomplete, intended for Fitzgerald. Well short of the mark there. And on the defense was Matthew Baumgars, a sophomore out of Orange City, Iowa.
Incompletion actually stopped the clock with 2:01 to go.
Yep, so they'll get
one play.
And then we'll have the 2-minute timeout, which is new to college football this season at all levels. They're at the 25-yard line, 2nd down and 10. Vegans moves over as a receiver on the right side. It'll be a handoff. Hirsch trying to run to the right. He'll get stuffed after a 1-yard play. And that will take us to the 2-minute timeout with 1:57 left to go, fourth quarter. Dordt 35, Mount Marty 17. Back in 1 minute right here on 94.3.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
1:57 left to go in this game. Dordt 35, Mount Marty 17. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Lancers on the move. They have 3rd down and 9 coming up from the Dordt 24-yard line. One quick score to pass along to you on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. Final, Dodgers 2, Padres 0. Dodgers moving on to face the Mets in the NLCS.
That's fun. So it's either the Mets or the Dodgers going to the series. That's pretty fun.
Yep, well, it's the two biggest media markets,
Yeah.
so I'm sure Commissioner Manfred's really happy about that.
Oh, absolutely. And then on the other side, you got the Yankees with a chance to punch it. So that'll be, yeah, the Commissioner's got to be happy.
Yep, and the Cleveland-Detroit game for tomorrow was supposed to be a night game, but because of some impending weather moving into the Cleveland area, that will be a game moved up by 7 hours, so it'll start around noon Central Time tomorrow. We have a timeout that was called by Dordt, so interesting, coming out of the 2-minute timeout, Dordt spends a timeout.
That's a big 3rd down here. It's not just 3rd down, it's 3rd and 4th for the Lancers, obviously in 4-down territory. If they don't get this one, they're just going to get right back up. This timeout just allowed the Lancers to probably have 2 plays called. As soon as the first play is done, they're going to get back to the line of scrimmage, run that second one.
All right, 3rd and 9. Here we go. 2 receivers either side. Shotgun set. Hurst stays in the block. Reichen, pressured, rolls out to his right. And now he'll spin around, move to his left. He's all the way back at the 40-yard line. Wants to run, being chased. He fumbles the football. It's out of bounds, I think, over on the far sideline. It rolled out of bounds near the 23-yard line as Dordt tried to jump on the football, but it's 4th down coming up. And again, Rugby Reichen lost the handle on the football, but this time it didn't hurt him.
Yeah, second time that one just went out of bounds, but it'll bring up 4th down now.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, an investor, or a beginning farmer, we work hard to find the lending solutions that fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. Here we go. 4th down and 9. Reichen rolls out to his right. Steps up, throws a high pass towards the end zone, jump ball. It is going to be tapped away, incomplete on the left side of the end zone. Trey Hansen was triple covered. And that ought to do it. A valiant effort tonight by Mount Marty, but it's going to come up a bit short as they turn the ball over with 1:34 left to go here in the 4th quarter. And really all Dordt needs to do is just take, 3 knees, and I don't know if John Micheletti would bother taking the timeouts.
With an 18-point game, you wouldn't expect, but we'll see what they decide to do, if they want to try and get it back one more time to their offense or not. But, yep, that'll about do it for this ball game. The number 5 team in the nation will survive their trip to Yankton, but not without a scare. This Lancer team has proven they're feisty this year.
Yep, and remember, this was a 4-point game coming into this period, but Dordt looks like they're just going to run their normal offense. It's not the victory formation.
They're expecting Lancers to take a timeout.
And they'll hand it off to Wellen up the middle. He has a hole across the 25 to the 30-yard line down at the 33, and he'll gain 9 yards. And let's see if the Lancers are going to bother with the timeout. They do not.
No point, really.
No, I think it's just get off the field and avoid any injuries.
Lancers go into the bye week. They'll try and heal up. We'll ask Coach John Micheletti in our post-game interview with him here in a little bit. Status on Lionel Whittingham as well as Rex Reichen, who obviously exited the game early in this one, and it did not return.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have the victory formation now by Dordt. Yep, they come up right to the line of scrimmage. 4 on the play clock. Cruz will take the snap and go to a knee, and boy, they're still a little chippy pushing down there in the pile as Dordt will have to take one more knee, and that will do it. They really did what they needed to do tonight. They were tested. Mount Marty battled them hard as they'll come to the line of scrimmage for one more kneel down. And here they go, and Cruz puts it down, his knee down on the ground after taking the snap, and that will do it. 35-17, Dordt with the victory tonight. They stay unbeaten. They're 5-0. Mount Marty falls to 4-3 on the season. We're going to take a break. We'll come back, and have the post-game show that's brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect rock to road. That is Aztec. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football. You're listening to KDAM 94.3.
In they come and out they go. That's what's happening at Lewis & Clark Ford with our new 2024 Ford F-150s. I'm Brandon Tykrow. When we get in a newly designed 2024 F-150, they're not sticking around long. Buyers are loving the new engine options, the standard 12-inch display screen, heroic towing capacity, and a packaged version to fit every budget. Stop in and see why the 2024 Ford F-150 is the hottest truck on the market. Lewis & Clark Ford, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
Traveling to Yankton for business or pleasure? Then book your stay at Yankton's 2 best hotels, the Fairfield Inn and Suites and Holiday Inn Express. Both are conveniently located to everything in Yankton. Both offer complimentary hot breakfasts and meeting rooms for business travelers. And if you want a great rate and still be able to change your reservation without a hassle, call either hotel direct. The Fairfield and Holiday Inn Express, 2 great hotel choices when visiting or arranging rooms for guests to Yankton.
Looking for an easy way to travel? Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Upcoming Christmas tours include Branson on November 17th to 22nd, features Christmas shows like the Grand Jubilee Buffet Dinner and Show, Showboat Branson Bell Dinner Cruise, and so much more. On December 6th to 8th, it's a musical Christmas in the Twin Cities area featuring the White Christmas and the Chanhassen Dinner Theater, and shopping at Mall of America. For more on Foreman Charter Tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Did you know Sherco offers more than egg tarps? As an industry leader in construction, waste, and flatbed tarping systems, Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and grain carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best, demand Sherco.
We are back for the post-game show for Mount Marty Football. 35-17 the final score. Dordt with the win over the Lancers tonight. It's time for the Runza Rundown. Make sure you pick the perfect burger at Runza. Bacon cheeseburger, Swiss mushroom, or spicy jack, made fresh and topped the way you like it. Runza, now in Yankton. I am happy Runza is back in Yankton. I ate there earlier tonight, and it was delicious. I wish it would have been a good luck charm, but you know what? I'm not going to give up on Runza. I'm going to keep eating there, by the way.
As you should.
As we should, because
and they're doing a lot in the community, too.
And it's great to have them back in Yankton. And back in the state of South Dakota, for that matter.
Yeah,
let's talk.
Sure this is the farthest north Runza.
I believe so. Gosh, we're talking food now. Let's talk some football here, although we could talk Runza and all our great sponsors all night long. It was a good start for the Lancers. They took the opening kickoff. They drove down the field. They got a penalty on a punting situation that kept the drive alive, and they got a touchdown.
Yeah, no, they were able to do some pretty good things, especially defensively. Four turnovers in the ball game, obviously. Able to get 2 interceptions, 2 fumbles. They turned it over twice themselves, but both times, both interceptions by Riken were kind of, one of them was the very end of the half, just throwing it up with 8 seconds left. You know, you're just kind of throwing up that football. And then the other one was late in the ball game when you're down 18 with under 5 to go, and you're just throwing it up trying to make a play. So
one was tipped, I believe.
And that one was tipped as well by the receivers. So not terrible turnovers. Lancers win the turnover battle, but lose the ball game, obviously. Dordt with a very big fourth quarter. 2 great touchdowns late. They're able to cash in on short field, and the other one drive down the field and score with just over 5 minutes left in the ball game. So we'll go through it now. That runs a rundown.
And I tell you what, we mentioned this in the pregame show, and that is how Dordt spreads the offense around. They had 6 different guys get credited for rushing attempts, and I believe 8 different guys caught passes tonight. And that's the thing about this Dordt team. Joel Penner, when he took over, says, hey, I want to run offense that gets guys involved. We just can't, and you can't do that in this league. Yeah, it's great if you have, an All-American running back or maybe an All-American receiver, but Dordt has found success. Again, some guys may only get 1 or 2 catches, 1 or 2 carries, but they always seem to they'll move the chains, they'll get a breakout play. They get contributions from so many guys. That's one of the reasons why this program has been one of the rising programs in not just the GPAC, but all of NAIA.
Absolutely. They've been rising and rising and rising, and now it seems like they're here. They're here. They're a top 5 team in the nation, and they look like it. And they're a team that when they get into the postseason, there's a real chance they're going to go do something. So with that rundown, let's go through some of these scoring plays from runs and out. It started off with Rugby Riken to Trey Hansen for 30 yards in the opening drive of this ball game. 4 plays, 51 yards because it was stalled. Went out on 3rd down, punted it away. And then a penalty, roughing the kicker, gave the Lancers the ball again, and they were able to go score after that one. But they were able to put together about a 5-minute and 37-second drive altogether that ended up going for 7 points to start the game. Then Dordt gets the ball back, and they go right back down the field the other way. They score on a Nick Wellen 5-yard rushing touchdown to make it 7-7. 14-7 after Nick Wellen throws it into the end zone for Caden Harkin for 27 yards. Then it was the halftime locker room. Both teams had some 3-and-outs and some interceptions late in that ball game, and then we go to the third quarter. Jack Finder, remember the very first play of that third quarter, Lancers kick it off, force a fumble, they get it back, they end up kicking a field goal. Jack Finder good from 24 out. Then it was Nick Wellen running for 33 yards, making the 14-10 game a 21-10 game. Dordt really never looked back after that. Lancers were able to get a defensive touchdown. They were able to make it 21-17, a 4-point game going into the fourth quarter, but 14 fourth quarter points. Colton Cruz throws it to Daniel Dickerson for 11 yards and then runs it in for 3 yards as well. Final score 35-17 Dordt.
Yep, defenders with the big fourth quarter to put this game away as Mount Marty hung with the number 5 team in the country for well over 3 quarters tonight. This is the Aztec post-game show. We're going to move on now to the game stats. Brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Let's run down those numbers.
Yeah, we'll start it off with those first downs again. 23 for Dordt. Lancers ended up with 16. Run total offense and pass and rushes. We'll start with the rushing yards. Lancers have 152 rushing yards in the ball game on 38 carries. Dordt has 38 carries as well for 280 rushing yards in the ball game. Throwing the ball, 121 yards for Dordt, 100 even, I believe.
Passing yards, yeah.
100 even, yeah, for the Lancers in terms of passing yards in the ball game. Total offense, 65, 252 for Mount Marty and 58, 401 for Dordt.
And we'll get back to those numbers in a moment, but first we're going to hear from John Micheletti, the head coach. This interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Are you ready for a hydration revolution? Well, try Ghost Hydration, the ultimate drink to keep you feeling refreshed and revitalized. It's packed with a unique blend of electrolytes and vitamins, giving you the perfect balance to conquer your day. Thank you to Conklin Distributing. Coach, what a wild game tonight. I mean, it was such an emotional pendulum swinging back and forth. You got off to the good start. You're helped out by that penalty on the punt on 4th down, but your team managed to get that early touchdown.
Yeah, very proud of how our guys were able to come out. It's kind of a goofy week playing on a Friday night and cutting a little bit into our prep, but I guess that's what you get when you have a little bit of a change. It's a crazy game. So, no, I thought a lot of bright spots throughout the whole game. Special teams, forcing a couple turnovers, a great punt that pinned them deep that ended up helping our defense score. A couple good plays on offense, good plays on defense. So a lot of bright spots, still things to fix and be able to turn up to be able to compete against a top team in the nation.
I was just going to mention that. You're talking about a team that's they're lining up for not just a playoff spot, but possibly a first-round bye, depending on how things shake out, if they can keep rolling. Of course, they still got to play some tough teams. But this is one of the top teams in the country, no doubt about it. And it's a 4-point game going into the 4th quarter. So take us through as the game progresses. Tell us what you're seeing from your offense and defense out there. I mean, not just the X's and O's, but what you saw from them as far as their leadership and demeanor.
Yeah, no, I think as I just got done talking to the guys there, and a lot of the stuff at halftime was just small adjustments with alignment, things like that, but it was the leaders taking over and providing the words of encouragement, so it's something that we don't have to do as coaches, and it obviously means more coming from those players. So a lot of great leadership of, the O-line saying, hey, let's keep this going, keep running the ball. Defensive line doing a great job of coming together and, talking about their fits and things like that. So a lot of problem solving instead of problem finding, and is what I like to see about a mature team and how we're making those strides there.
Kyle Hirsch, what a night. He was featured a lot. And I just wanted to ask you, was that part of the plan, or is that something like, hey, Kyle's doing really, really well, or was there an injury to Malachi Hartz?
No, it was one of those things that, if you could see, we made a quick adjustment to how we run a bash concept with GT counter, and we just made a flip instead of having them read and coming across that we've done for the weeks prior, and did an excellent job with those guys on the edge, Austin Vigance, Trey Hansen, Trevor Fitzgerald blocking on the edge and winning those and allowing Kyle just to set up the blocks and read and get what he can. And then that allows us to widen their box out a little bit more, so when we're able to run those gap games of Power and Cobra, once again, it allowed to crease a little bit more for 4 to 6 yards instead of those 2-yard gains. So a great game called by the offense, but a great game also with production and stuff like that with Kyle Hirsch in the offensive line.
Trey Hansen as well, 5 catches, 70 yards, got that touchdown on one of the best routes I've seen a buddy run throughout the last couple of years. Dropped his guy to the ground and had 10 yards of separation. Tell me about him.
Yeah, no, Trey's a big-time play maker. I know that one from a few weeks ago is still kind of eating at him, and that's motivating him. So he is a very disciplined route runner and understands how coverages adjust to certain ways. So he's another big film guy that's going to set that up, and he knew that with number 9 over there that he could set him up with that move. So no, it was good momentum thing to get on our side with him setting us up from the get-go. But Trey Hansen, got a lot of love for the guy, great family, all that stuff.
Rex Reichen was shaken up earlier in the contest. We saw him on the sidelines. Any update on his situation?
Yeah, Rex, I think we've seen the last of Rex, so it's one of those that's heartbreaking, but he's done a lot of good things for this program, getting us started and things like that, but, it's sad. Sad for sure. It's one of those things that's the tough spot about coaching is those things, but, he's in good spirits and obviously got a lot of good guys around him.
Go ahead. I mean, that's sad news today because Rex has meant so much to this program. Let's hope we get some good news later on that. Tell about
Whittingham.
Yeah, Whittingham's just been dealing with that foot a little bit, so sometimes it gets a little bit too inflamed and a little bit too irritated. So he's just got to rub a little dirt on it and get back out there.
Now you got the bye week coming up.
Exactly.
Hey, I want to ask you about Arthur Oliver in the game he had tonight. I mean, what a contest for that young man. Tell us about this young man. We haven't seen a whole lot of him. He's gotten some playing time as of late, and he was stellar tonight.
Yeah, outstanding job by Arthur, and a guy that I want to compliment a lot. He was a guy that sat out last year for eligibility reasons, and usually that's hard for a guy to be able to do with, go through a whole season, know he can't play in any games, come to every practice, every workout. He stuck it through, shooting through the last few games of last year. He's writing his own scouting report to be able to give to the defensive coaches and seeing what he's seen. So yeah, he's a guy that really has a lot invested in the program. But through spring ball and fall camp, he's so athletic, it's tough to find a spot for him. You know, we had him taking running back reps, corner reps, safety reps, you know, and that kind of probably hurt him a little bit. You know, it's my fault of, you know, trying to make him a jack of all trades instead of a master of one, you know. So he's getting a little bit comfortable there at that weak side safety spot, and very proud of the plays he made today, and I'm very excited for him because that's the type of athlete he is, and, you know, give us those opportunities when those plays present themselves.
Upcoming schedule, let's talk. Obviously, you've got the bye week. What is the bye week going to look like? Because now you're prepping to go to Concordia in your next game.
Yep. Obviously, I want to. We're going to give them some time off, especially the Friday. Give them some time off here to heal. But we got to make sure that we're able to use the bye week to, you know, fix some things. We always do a midseason analysis, so it's great that our bye week is midseason, so we can really break down offense, defense, seeing what we're doing good, what the opponents are doing to hurt us, things like that, so we can get that fixed, and then use the backside of next week to start prepping for Concordia and giving us a few extra days to prep for that game.
We had a long break there as the replay was examined, and you had a player ejected. Was that Josh Pickthorn?
It was, yeah, and it's one of those things that bug me at this level that, you know, there's obviously different levels of targeting, right?
Yep.
You know, there's the blatantly obvious, like that guy was intending to do certain things like that. But at this level, you know, our kids pay to go to school, you know, so they're pretty much paying to play. And, you know, for them to call a challenge to review a play so the kid has to sit out, you know, it's tough, you know. And it's one of those plays where a running back threw the ball, you know, so it wasn't an obvious quarterback. So he's trying to tackle him. He opens his chest. Pickthorn pushes him down, but their helmet's touched, so it's targeting, you know, so he's a defenseless player. It's one of those plays that makes football not what it used to be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of one of those letters of the law, but maybe not necessarily spirit of the, you know, and you have to, you know, and you know, the officials have their job to do. Obviously, the safety of the players is paramount,
right.
and we've seen it at the levels, but, you know, old school guys are like, hey, let the guys play.
For sure. And I'm not blaming the refs. Those guys did an outstanding job communicating to me throughout the whole game with certain things. It's just that's the way the rules are written, you know.
Yep, and Concordia, it's a road game, and it'll be an afternoon game for once. You've had, 4 night games and a late afternoon game. I mean, it's like, you know, it's like we're getting to like the late window sometimes with NFL teams, but obviously Concordia is a very tough place to play, and they're coming off a big win against the number 2 team at the time, Northwestern, and obviously they're going to be fired up to play that game because they got to be thinking playoff spot.
Right, yeah, they got to try to win out to try to get into the playoffs, you know, and need a few different things to be able to happen. There's some big games still left in our conferences and some other conferences as well that really can show how things kind of sort themselves out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very fun stretch run throughout the Great Plains and Athletic Conference, and you know, this team is going to be in the middle of it. Yep. There's a lot of football yet to be written, and goodness knows how this is going to shake out.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see how our guys be able to handle this. You know, I do see, you know, obviously the seniors are disappointed a little bit to be able to finish, but I definitely trust the way that they've been able to handle everything to this point, sticking through to where they are right now from year one.
Yep.
I know they're mature enough and strong enough to get through this to be able to make sure that they turn the page and get ready for bye week.
Yep, and you got to feel good. You played toe-to-toe with the number 5 team in the land tonight.
Exactly. So there's, like I said, I'm not a big moral victory guy, but I guess that's kind of a little bit of a moral victory that, hey, we're getting close. It's just tune up a few things here and there.
You're right there.
All right. Coach, thanks for your time. We'll let you go enjoy the long weekend and the bye week. We'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Appreciate it, guys.
John Micheletti, the head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers. The post-game interview with the coach brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Let's get back to our examination of the game stats. Those, of course, being brought to you by the Meat Lodge here. We were going over some of the team stats. And why don't we zero in on the individual stats that we have here tonight. It's got to start with Kyle Hirsch running the football tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there we go. Now my mic's on. Yeah, Kyle Hirsch, absolutely. 111 yards on the ground on 20 carries, averaged 5.5 yards per carry on the ground at a long of 20. He was good for the Lancers all game long, as Coach Micheletti talked about here in our post-game interview. They were just able to get him to the outside, good blocking on the edges. Hansen and Fitzgerald had some good blocks downfield. They were able to get him into space, and he was able to cash in on that. Malachi Hartz ended up with 10 running attempts for 29 yards today. Rugby Riken ended up with 8 for 29. Trey Hansen had 5 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown. Kyle Hirsch, 4 catches for 27 yards. Malachi Hartz, 1 for 3.
Then that's, if I can see something disturbing, only 3 pass receivers on the night caught passes. Of course, Rex Ryan left the game, or Rex Riken, left the game early. That obviously hurt, but I think, just going forward, we got to get more guys involved in that passing game and the receiving game. Three guys catching 10 passes on the night, that's good, but in order to beat the teams in this conference, Dordt, spread the ball around. Good teams will spread the ball around, and that's something I'm sure that the coaching staff will work on, is try to get more guys involved in that passing game.
Well, now they have no choice. They're all-American tight end, as John just said. They're going to be pending some X-rays and some things going on. We don't know what the injury is, but the head coach saying that we may have seen the last of him. That is a tough thing.
Yeah, just from the way they were examining him, it looked like an ankle injury. And of course, I've seen those throughout the years just covering sports, and
that's a tough thing.
It is, because that is a very, very difficult injury to come back from, and the way he was helped off the sidelines. Again, I'm not sure if that was the case, but that's what appeared from our broadcast location here. Let's hope he's okay. We want to see him back playing.
Oh, we'd love that to be something else, and hopefully we'll see him after the bye week. But if it's not, then the Lancers get the bye week at the right time, I guess, because that is the heart and soul of your offense. That is your number one target in your All-American tight end. So now there's going to be some shakeup of how they do things on offense, because normally you have Rex Riken taking up 2 defenders every play because he's always double-teamed, which leads to single coverage on the outsides on different receivers. You're not going to see that next time if Rex Riken is indeed out for Concordia, so they're going to have to shake up some things on the offensive side of the ball without their All-American tight end.
Rugby Riken was 10 of 27 on the night, 100 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Let's examine the other side of the ledger. Dordt, running the football, Nick Wellen, 20 carries, 157 yards on the night. He was stellar. He had 2 rushing touchdowns. I tell you what, that big 52-yard run might have been the play of the night for Dordt, because remember, it was a close ball game, and that run flipped the field, and Dordt really took control of the game, and the momentum, and they never gave it back.
Yeah, that one pretty much sealed the deal. That was when it was a 2-possession game at that point, and that was the score that drove it up to an 18-point lead and a 3-possession game in that fourth quarter. They were able to cash in a few plays later and basically finish that ball game. Colton Cruz ended up with 70 yards on the ground as well, 23 yards from... It's still marked wrong. Valverde.
Valverde. He had 5 carries on the night. It looks like about 42 yards overall.
Yeah, that's still wrong on the stats. So about 42, 43 yards with 5 carries for him. Dickerson ended up with 1 carry for a touchdown, and Harkin had 1 for 20 as well on that end around. Dordt receiving, 3 catches for Harkin for 38 yards, 2 for Wellen for 14, and all of the rest of these receivers had 1 catch. Knuff had 1 for 24, Beal 1 for 14, Rower 1 for 14, Dickerson 1 for 11, Looker 1 for 10, and Valverde 1 for -4.
And a lot of those like Knuff's catch, that was for a first down. Beal's catch, that went for a first down. Rower's catch, I think that went for a first down as well. Those guys made plays at prime opportunities for Dordt, and that's why they kept moving the chains down the field and kept scoring. And Cruz at the quarterback, 10 of 19, only 94 yards, a couple of interceptions. He did throw 1 touchdown on the night, but he was so evasive in the pocket tonight. And he's one of those guys that he can wear down a defensive line just by scrambling around. And Cruz, one of the faster quarterbacks I think I've ever seen in all my years of calling games in the GPAC.
Absolutely.
And he is just a junior, folks. He is going to be problems, not just for the rest of this year for a lot of teams, but he's got another year of eligibility left as we continue here on the Aztec postgame show right here on KDAM 94.3 Yankton. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Why don't we move on to the scoreboard?
Yeah,
what's happening. That's brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's there on Broadway in Yankton. In case you missed it earlier in Major League Baseball, Game 5 goes to the Dodgers. They eliminate the Padres tonight 2-0. So it's the Dodgers and the Mets in the NLCS. In major college football, Northwestern ahead of Maryland 27-10. That's in the fourth quarter. UNLV is rolling past Utah State 41-14. And they're late in the first quarter. Utah and Arizona State, they're tied at 6. Utah coming in at number 16 in the land. What do we got for some high school scores?
Yeah, we'll start it off with the Yankton Bucks, who are up at Brookings tonight. Yankton 24-7 final over number 1 Brookings. That was a 1-3 matchup. Now Yankton's going to likely go to that number 2 spot as Spearfish probably goes to the number 1 spot, which is going to be really interesting. It was Evan Sirk in the ball game who ran for 182 yards. That was pretty cool for the starting running back for the Yankton Bucks. And some other high school scores, in South Dakota in 11AA, Huron over Aberdeen 10-0, Watertown over T-Area 25-0, Spearfish over Douglas 58-0, Pierre defeats Sturgis in a really close one, 17-14, and then Brandon Valley over Mitchell 47-0. Brandon Valley, a AAA school.
Yep, in AAA scores, it was Sioux Falls Lincoln rolling by Rapid City Central, 47-6. Number 1 Harrisburg knocks off number 4 Sioux Falls Jefferson. Close game there, 21-14. Roosevelt rolls by Rapid City Stevens, 35-7. And we mentioned that Brandon Valley score. Final, O'Gorman over Washington, 35-33. Close game there. Some other scores closer to home. It was Avon over Scotland Meadow in 9AA, 58-20. Final score there. Trip Delmont Armor, ACDC over Cologne, 52-0. Andy Central Dakota Christian, part of that co-op there for football. In Freeman, Marion, and Freeman Academy over Irene Wakanda, 52-0. Those are 9AA scores. Sioux Valley over Beersford tonight in 11B, 42-7. Sioux Valley number 2 in the state. In 11A, there were some big matchups tonight. It's number 5 West Central over Dakota Valley. Number 4, 27-24 in that top 5 matchup. Del Rapids rolls by Canton, 62-22. Del Rapids number 3. Winner gets a forfeit win over Lakota Tech. And it was number 1 Sioux Falls Christian rolling by Bridgewater Emory Ethan, 49-8. And Vermilion beats Tri-Valley 15-14 tonight. Number 2 Lennox over Madison, 36-28.
Go to Nebraska schools for a moment. Class D1, Crofton defeats Wausau Osmond today, 54-6. Hardington Newcastle over Boyd County, 50-22 as well. Summerland defeats Laurel Concord Courage, 59-14. Some of the local schools there. Bloomfield over Niobrara Verdigris, 20-16. In Class C2, Cedar Catholic continuing to roll over opponents. 49-14 was the final. Cedar Catholic wins. They're ranked at number 3. Number 1 Norfolk Catholic, 48-21 over Oakland Craig today. That was a 1-5 matchup. Those two play in 2 weeks. They seem to be on a collision course. That'll be fun.
And that's going to do it for the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. We got a couple of more things to take care of. First of all, our move of the game brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason and the Move Group. What are we going to go for tonight?
Let me pitch one to you.
Okay.
I've got an idea of what, in my opinion, might have been the biggest play of this game. There were 2 interceptions, obviously, but I'm going to go with one of the fumbles. And there are 2 of them that were just incredible. Number 1, the first play out of the halftime locker room.
Yep.
Lancers are kicking it away to Dordt. Dordt has a chance to go up 2 possessions or 3 possessions to start off that second half. Lancers are able to get the ball back on a fumble on the kickoff. They go down and kick a field goal, and it's a 4-point game. After that, another fumble in the end zone of Dordt leads to 7 points and a defensive score for the Lancers. Either one of them should be the move of the game.
I think I'm going to go with the touchdown recovered by Gabe Baptista.
Absolutely.
The defensive touchdown, the fumble recovery in the end zone, and that happened in the second half, and that is our move of the game. It goes to the Lancer defense. Now, let's go to our Lancer player of the game. This is brought to you by Avera, moving health forward. Avera, Arthur Oliver on defense. 2
Absolutely.
interceptions. I'll go honorable mention for Kyle Hirsch, who had 109 yards on the ground and also 27 through the air. But let's go on the defensive side with a young man who hasn't gotten a whole lot of playing time, but he stepped up big tonight.
Absolutely. When you get 2 interceptions, you got to be the player of the game. Like, he was incredible. 2 interceptions and 2 pass breakups, and this was his first start once again. You know, he wasn't able to play last year, as Coach Micheletti said, and he was kind of starting under some guys through the beginning of the season, has worked his way up to a starting role and had 2 picks in his debut. Doesn't get better than that.
Arthur Oliver, he is our Lancer player of the game. Well, we got a week off.
We do.
And we'll come back on Saturday, the 26th of October. Concordia, the opponent, in Seward. 1 o'clock kickoff, 12:05 for the pregame show, as we'll be kind of back to normal the rest of the way. It's all afternoon games. All 1 o'clock with the exception of the game at Hastings. That will be a 2:30 kickoff. That will be on November the 9th. So here's how the rest of the schedule looks. At Concordia, that's after the bye week. Then it's Midland at home on November 2nd. At Hastings, again, that 2:30 kickoff on November the 9th. And then the last game here at home on the 16th. Doane will be the opponent. And for Dordt, they've already had their bye week. So they've got to go the rest of the way playing, week after week. They've got Dakota Wesleyan on the road next week. Then they're home to Morningside. That's going to be a massive game. They're on the road at Briar Cliff. Then they're home to Northwestern. They close at home against Waldorf. So the door is open, wide open for the Dordt defenders. If they can take care of business, they can win a conference championship and maybe move up to a bye in the first round of the playoffs. That would be huge, but it will not be easy because they've got 2 very tough opponents left with Morningside and with Northwestern. But here's the thing. Those are home games for Dordt.
Those are home games. This is the year. This is the year for the Dordt defenders. They've got a real chance of going into that bye in the postseason and going and doing something real in the playoffs. This is the year for the defenders.
Yep, and if they stay healthy and if they play well, this game tonight was a potential trap game for Dordt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And it looked like it did, but you got to credit Dordt. They stepped up in the fourth quarter. They scored 2 touchdowns to put this one away. They win 35-17. Well, before we sign off tonight, I'd like to thank Scott running the camera, Dave running the scoreboard, Ginger running the board back at the radio station tonight to make sure that we got everything on the air tonight. It was an exciting game. Lancers come up a little bit short, but this was a fine effort tonight against one of the top team in the country. Nothing to hang their heads over.
Absolutely not. No, this was a valiant effort for the Lancers. When you're facing the number 5 team in the nation, you're a massive underdog in your home stadium, and you go into the fourth quarter in a 4-point ball game. That's something to be proud of. Obviously, moral victories are what they are, but in a year 4 of this program's existence, going that close with the number 5 team in the nation, that's something to be proud of.
And that was after losing your All-American tight end early in the game to an injury. Let's hope we haven't seen the last of him. Yeah. But he was on crutches after he was injured, and you heard Coach Micheletti say we might have seen the last of him. Let's hope not. If this was the last time we saw Rex Reichen, we say thank you to him. He has been the such a main player on this team, getting this team off the ground, and earning All-American status. And he is, kind of been the guy on the team. If you say when Marty, hey, it's Rex Reichen, he's the main guy, and
he's their All-American,
graduate senior, and he's still got a lot of good things left ahead of him. If his football career is over, let's hope not. But if it is, we say thank you to him.
Absolutely.
And he'll be on the sideline. If he can't play, he'll be one of those quote-unquote assistant coaches helping to get the team fired up. Hey, we like to thank all the sponsors tonight for helping make these broadcasts possible of Lancer Athletics. And, we're, like I said, football's going on, but there's volleyball, there's cross country, there's a lot of other stuff going on. What's even though the bye week's coming up, what's in store as far as Lancer Athletics goes, Tehl?
Well, for our coverage here at KYN TV and obviously here on the Current 94.3, we're on our upcoming Lancer Locker Show as we take coaches and athletes every week. I'm currently in talks with Sophia Lobo-Pies of the Mount Marty volleyball program, which has been doing some incredible things, trying to work out scheduling with a couple of their athletes for this Monday, and of course have her in the booth as well. So that's what we're working on right at the moment. That'll be Monday from 5:30 to 6.
All right. So that's going to put a wrap on things tonight. Again, our final score is 35-17 Dordt with the win over Mount Marty. You've been listening to the Aztec postgame show. For Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum signing off for Crane-Youngworth Field. Thanks for joining us. Good night, everybody.
This has been a Mount Marty University Athletics broadcast on KYNT, the flagship station for Lancer Athletics. Remember to follow KYN-TV on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, and ring the notification bell to never miss the action. KYNT, Yankton's home team.